Okay, good morning, everyone. We'll make a start on day 3 of the VMFRP Central Roundtable. Just a couple of matters of morning business from me. Firstly, just to outline the day today. To outline the day today, we're going to have a couple of questions from Dr. Briscoe and possibly Mr. Blake. Then we'll go back to questions from others who may still have them. I'm hoping to wrap up with these two gentlemen perhaps by around 11 or soon after, because we do need to keep moving through the material we have to cover. We'll then be going to Mr. Benier, Mr. Benier, and after he's given, there'll be some brief submissions, I'm understanding. And then after he's given his evidence in chief, this time the committee will go first with questions, and then we'll go to the community after that. Just a couple of other matters. On Thursday, we've had requests to have a presentation on the project benefits, and we've had a number of other items that Dr. Kelly and others would like covered on that Thursday, including climate change, recreation and tourism, and non-Indigenous cultural heritage. So we will try and have sessions on those on the Thursday, in addition, of course, to the traditional owner session first thing on Thursday. Just a reminder that Amy, Ms. Selbraj won't be with us after lunchtime today. We will still have technical support from Rachel in the room. We'll also have administrative support from and project officer support from Gabby Trouse in the PPV office. If anyone is emailing things to planning panels, to the committee, please make sure it goes to the general VMFRP email address rather than to Amy, because tomorrow in particular she'll be offline doing something else. So if anything's sent through tomorrow, we won't get it. With that in mind, we will be breaking at 1 o'clock sharp for lunch today. We'll work out what time we're going to resume, but certainly the lunch break will start at 1 o'clock sharp. Can I just ask if other people have any issues they wish to raise this morning?
So just in relation to Thursday, we will be having some representatives from Mark Nally CMA attend to describe the engagement process that's been undertaken with the traditional owners. Noting that process was largely led by them, and I believe someone will be appearing who used to work for them and led that process. Does not work.
Thank you.
Just in relation to the other matters, historical heritage and social and business in particular that are raised for Thursday, we would invite people to make sure they have fully reviewed the specialist assessments dealing with those matters. We obviously haven't called experts, given they were not raised in submissions by the Friends of Mount Nipper in particular, and therefore we're not expected to be traversed in any detail of the hearing.
Thanks, Mr. Waters. I'll come to you in a minute, Dr. Kelly. Just in terms of Thursday, so obviously, as I mentioned, the traditional owner people or engagement will be first up. With those other matters, how we deal with them on the day, I'm fairly flexible. I mean, whether it's just submissions from those groups, we'll take them on board. If anything of import is raised that you need to respond to, Mr. Waters, that can be done next Wednesday at closings. Dr. Kelly?
Well, I'm just asking Mr. Waters which of the items he thinks we didn't talk about in our
Can I just put it aside? He said that we'll take it on board. We'll have a look at your submission. We'll hear from you on Thursday. So leave that with us.
Thank you.
Other matters, Mr. Decker?
Thank you, Member Wimbush. Just preliminary matters, just general preliminary matters at the moment.
That's right.
I'd just like to advise that we do have a response to the question raised by Member Blake last Thursday. I propose to provide that in writing. I haven't had the opportunity to do that yet, but hopefully tomorrow, sure after close today, I can put that on letterhead and send it through.
Thank you.
And also, unfortunately, in this instance, TICA is not in a position to provide a in-person technical expert for today. However, I do have executive level support online, and I can confer with them quickly and and get back to you in a fairly prompt manner.
Thank you. Okay, any other preliminary matters?
Just
Dr. Kelly?
letting you know there's on the Laura City Council meeting today, so I will have to leave at
Thank you. What time is that?
1 o'clock.
And that's the afternoon?
No, it's hard to say how long it will take, but I'll endeavour to be back by 3.
Okay, sorry, let me just, so if we start at 11:30, would you like to put your questions on ecology first then? Just so that, I think the ecology will probably go
That
for the
would be good.
afternoon.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that
Yeah.
I'm here for the presentation, because I think that's one of your rules, isn't it?
You'll certainly be, you should be here for the presentation. I'm hoping that'll be over well before lunchtime. Questions, we can then either allow you to go first
Thank
if
you.
that would assist.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can do it in the afternoon. And Ms. McKay is in the same position.
I have a lot of questions.
Yep. We'll just play that by ear. And see how we get on with that timing. All right. With those preliminary matters, so a couple of questions I'll throw to you, Dr. Briscoe, first.
Thank you. And these are probably questions directed to Dr. Treadwell, because they're to do with surface water. The first question is that in document 13B, which has some of the hydraulic scenarios for VMFRP, for the 25,000 megalitre a day of it, you've given us the mapping for the various project scenarios like pre-opening, post-closure, etc., but not the natural and existing. Is it possible to produce to provide those maps as well?
I thought those maps were in there, but if they're not, then I'll double check.
Yeah, that would be good to either, if we can get copies of those maps for comparative purposes, or at least to know that if they don't exist, to know that.
So that's 25,000 existing.
25,000, and that's where you had the existing natural and proposed. That set of maps is missing.
Okay, I thought that they were there. I'll double check and we'll sort that out.
Okay, thank you. Now, in regards to the hydraulic maps, I understand from what you said yesterday that the set of maps you've got in the expert witness statement, that's a full set of maps for all the hydraulic components. Is that correct?
I went back through the modelling reports last night, and there are a range of other maps that relate to various calibrations and the like. We can provide the hydraulic modelling reports and the full complement of maps that are contained therein. I guess in the statement I included the maps as I understood the request in the directions. So yeah, there are other maps.
Understand. That would be helpful if we could get the full reports. Any of those reports, are there maps showing velocity and shear stress as well?
Doctor, I just want to clarify, Dr. Treadwell, are they in the specialist reports in the ER, or they're outside of that as well?
They're outside of the specialist report. They've been referred to, modelling reports have been referred to in the specialist report as documents that informed the assessment.
Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Brisbane.
No, that's all right. So I was just going to ask whether those, and maybe we'll wait until we'll see them, about whether there are maps covering velocity and shear stress as well, of a similar ilk to those that we saw for depth.
There are some maps covering velocity. The shear stresses were calculated through post-processing, and so specific maps of shear stresses that were prepared for the modelling reports, so that those shear stress values were calculated by the modellers post-process.
And so velocity and depth came out of the model, though. Is that correct? With regard to the depth maps, I guess one of the issues that we discussed yesterday was the vertical resolution, the 1 metre categorisation of depth.
Yep.
Is it possible to produce those using the existing model at a finer resolution, such as 25 centimetre or 50 centimetre depth categories?
So I went back and double checked, and the modelling has modelled water levels in metres AHD to 2 decimal places, so 1 centimetre. And so those depth maps were produced in a sort of 1 metre categories, ease of presentation. Otherwise, there would have been many categories. I'll have to double check the extent or I mean, I'm speculating. Maps, I'm sure, can be produced at different categories. We've provided the depth files in a, I think it's called an ASCII or an ASCII format to various other specialists as part of their assessments of depth distributions against EVCs. So I'm again, I'm assuming that would provide the information that you're requesting, and that provided.
Yeah. So so I understand the issue with if you're including the depths of the Murray River, that you end up with a large number of categories. But if you were to basically focus on the depths relevant to floodplain inundation, say in the range of 1 to 3 metres or 1 to 4 metres depth, and compressing those, so maybe having 9 or 10 categories in that range, that would then be a feasible exercise?
That could be possible.
Yeah. Is it? How long would that take to do?
Look, I'd have to get back to you on that and ask the modellers what would be required to do that.
Yeah, because that would be helpful to assist our understanding of the hydraulic effects of the projects.
Is that all, Dr. Briscoe?
No, I've got one more question. I'm just waiting for Dr. Treadwell to finish writing his notes. And for the high resolution depth information, which you say is 1 centimetre, is it possible from the information that you have to produce difference maps?
Again, can I take that one on notice?
Yeah, sure. And I guess in regard to difference maps, also the same question relates to velocity, whether that also then is possible to produce difference maps for velocity. And I just have one final question, which is really, again, another question I noticed in the discussion we had yesterday during your evidence. You indicate, you agreed with me that some of the EDS related to surface water may not have been as clear and explicit as they might be. And so I was going to invite you to review the EDS and provide advice on any changes that might be helpful to clarify those requirements so that the EDS convey exactly what's required in a sort of standalone format.
Thank you. I'll take that one on notice.
Sure. Thank you. That was my final question.
Dr. Briscoe, if that last one could be fed into the process next Wednesday. Thank you.
Just 2 questions. One just short little addendum to Dr. Briscoe's request. If it is feasible for you to produce maps with finer depth increments and difference maps, some clear explanatory labelling of those maps would be very helpful. The current labelling of numbers for maps is a tad obscure.
So in relation to like particular locations and infrastructure,
describing the natural and existing proposed and
a bit more information about what they're
quite
actually
clear
in a caption.
What it is.
Okay.
Final question, just to follow up to yesterday, in relation to the reconnecting to country modelling that's being done. I presume that's using the SMM model from the MDVA.
I'm not 100% familiar with the modelling that's been done for reconnecting river country. They've produced a hydraulic model. The Source Murray model is a hydrological model, so it's flow model, and the reconnecting river country modelling that I've seen is a hydraulic model, which is the extent of inundation that occurs at different flows. I presume there's some connection, but I'm not 100% aware of exactly what that is.
My interest, as you gathered yesterday, is that modelling encompasses the project areas that we're looking at. So I'm keen to have a clear understanding of how that modelling relates to the modelling we have, and so the hydraulic, perhaps as the hydrological basis to it of the reconnecting country model is for larger catchment area.
Yes.
What catchment area is the modelling that we've conducted? What's the? I know it's defined reaches, but what catchment area does it encompass relative to that?
So the hydraulic modelling that is being used to produce those various maps that we've been talking about is a local model that are basically at the site scale, and it represents the inundation pattern for the individual site in relation to river flows and heights at the site. The reconnecting river country model, as I understand it, is a whole of system model, although I believe it's a number of different sub-models that are kind of joined together. Modelling is a very computer intensive process, and these big hydraulic models, when they cover a very large area, are quite big. So I think it's multiple models that are kind of joined together to produce the outputs that you might have observed on the.
A short explanatory note about the relationship between that reconnecting to country modelling and the modelling which you conducted would be helpful.
Okay. We'll now move to our remaining questions from the community. Mr. Rocci, I know you had a couple. We'll start with you. Thank you.
So one question was for Dr. Treadwell from Matt Co-op, which was how was understory vegetation in the floodplain accounted for in the modeling of the risk of erosion? Clearly, it's important in sediment stabilization, but the assumption from the modeling did not appear to take this into account.
So my understanding from the hydraulic modelling is that they would have applied a range of different roughness factors that account for the different vegetation types, and that roughness then is built into the outputs of the model. And so if the floodplain is completely bare, then it has a particular low roughness. And if the floodplain has different types of vegetation, then a different roughness indice or measure is applied. And that's then has an effect on the water levels and the velocities and the like that are produced in the model.
Then one question I had was yesterday we were discussing what flow scenarios fit into the model, and there was discussion of the basin plan 2750 and the basin plan 2100 with all the SIDLAM projects included. But the basin plan includes 450 gigaliters on top of that 3200 target, which federal government's fully committed to implementing at this point. And I was just wondering if that 3200 with relaxed constraints was ever assumed in the inputs of the development of the model, which went into the hydraulic model.
So the hydraulic modeling was modeling to determine the thresholds of flow that inundation of the floodplain occurs at. It's somewhat unrelated to the hydrological modelling, which is the modelling of flow volumes down the river and how those flow volumes change. So the hydraulic model is a physical model that kind of determines that or helps you understand the flow in the river that's required to inundate part of the floodplain. And then the hydrological modelling that you're referring to is used to understand how often that particular flow threshold would be reached under various scenarios. And so under natural conditions, those flow thresholds are reached more often than they are under current conditions as a result of river regulation and light. And we've used the basin plan or the modelling that's been provided to us by the NPA in understanding or in reporting on the frequencies with which the flow thresholds would be met under the different basin plan scenarios. And the specialist assessment report has a table in it that describes the various models that were provided and what the basis for that model is.
So I guess then to revise the question, so was there, as far as understanding alternatives or what this project provides up and above existing or planned conditions, there was never a hydrological model of the basin plan with 3,200 gigalitre water recovery and relaxed constraints to use as a comparison against what these projects provide as far as inundation, duration, depth, frequency?
No, because at this point, the level of constraints relaxation that that's possible, it covers a big range, and so I don't know that that's actually been sort of determined or yeah. So constraints, my understanding, constraints relaxation can be at a fairly low level. Got to get a lot of landholders, agreement and the like. It's my understanding, and there's a range of thresholds through which constraints could be relaxed, and so there's a lot of, I guess, potential scenarios, and we haven't looked at or been provided with a model of all of those individual scenarios to see how that might affect the frequency of inundation of any particular site.
Okay. So just to clarify then, from my own understanding, it doesn't particularly matter from your end what the long-term water availability is. It's just the level of relaxed constraints that provide some ability to produce these models that you can have an idea of what possible flow scenarios are.
So if there were models of different constraints relaxation scenarios that provided information on expected river flows at various points, and let's, for example, use for this for these packages. One here is the gauge. We've looked at incremental flows of 15, 17,500, 20,000, 20,500 flow increments, and these are increments and thresholds that result in floodplain inundation. If there were models of future flows that represented different levels of constraints relaxation, then you could look at those scenarios and work out under constraints relaxation model 1, you get 25,000 megalitres a day, X times every 10 years for a week. And under constraints relaxation model 2, with a more extensive relaxation scenario, you might get 25,000 megalitres a day more often every 10 years and for a longer duration. And under the lowest constraints relaxation, it might not be enough to achieve a particular inundation threshold. So if those,
but you don't have those.
We don't have those, but if they were available and provided, then that kind of analysis could be done.
Sure. And then
keep moving. Thank you.
Just as far as where to find those assumptions, I just know there's some discrepancy between the target flows in the constraints management strategy and the flows that were proposed in business cases for the different regions. And so were the assumptions listed in, or where could I find those in the specialist assessment?
The assumptions around constraints or
The assumptions around constraints as far as which in the models that NDBA provided. Does that make sense?
well,
Whether it's 40 or 50,000.
so
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I ask for a further clarification? There was reference to the target flows in the constraints management strategy as well. So we need to have that defined because I'm not aware of any target flows in the constraints management strategy, including in respect to this reach of the river.
It'd be the Yarrawonga to Wakul reach.
so there's a range of different flow scenarios up to 40,000 megalitres a day or 50,000 megalitres a day downstream of Auckland Junction. Those target scenarios may not necessarily apply to any particular individual location within the constraints relaxation. They represent particular increments or thresholds that could be achieved under various constraints relaxation scenarios. And then wherever you go along the river, there are, depending on the floodplain levels, there are slightly different thresholds for flow for inundation. So Nyah and Vinifera have particular thresholds for inundation, fairly similar because they're quite close together. They're within the same reach. But if you were to go further up the river and further down the river, there are different thresholds for inundation. So constraints relaxation, as I understand it, covers sort of like a range of potential river flows. And then at the site, you need to look at what the individual's inundation thresholds are at individual sites to see how constraints would influence the frequency of inundation at those sites.
If that's not, that's
Thank you.
Mr. Kay?
Yes. I asked a question yesterday about the response of the project to introduce the concept of getting flow through into the projects by pumping water in and out. And I think that we did ask yesterday if that had been done before in the other projects. Were you able to find that out, or if this is an experimental approach, a novel, new?
So there are examples of where pumping is used to inundate
Yes.
floodplains, and,
Yes.
and Adelaide's an example of that. Large pumps, permanent pumps.
I meant to get the flow through pumping, continuously pumping, so that it's not stagnant water to ameliorate hypoxic and algae risks. Is that it?
Can everyone please speak up? We're getting
Yes.
quieter and quieter as it goes on.
It
We
seems
need
to
it for the
be,
recording.
it's suggested in regard to the concerns that were expressed, it was suggested that this would be a mitigation strategy.
Yep.
And I did look, I'm not expecting that you've actually received, I just wondered if you were able to knew if it was a new thing, because it's also mentioned in the fish management aquatic response.
So we've modelled the likely response to DO of providing that through flow. I'm not aware off the top of my head of, and I'm happy to be corrected by others that may have, be aware of this from other locations, but I'm not aware of particular locations where on a floodplain this sort of through flow has been used, but I am aware of instances where environmental water has been released into areas containing low dissolved oxygen to create refuges for fish.
Yes. In recent times.
Yes.
Very recent.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand if it had been proven and tried and was known to work, because fish are very sensitive and requires long-term study. The other question I had was that we spoke about as a management system seems to be for the drawdown. There's a lot of different priorities to reconcile, such as reducing erosion at the site, but also the possibility that you need to, so you need to not do it too quickly, but also to enable fish to get out. You wouldn't, I imagine you wouldn't want it to be too slow that they can't, larger bodied fish can't. There's enough water for them to go. Do you think this poses any challenges? Has it been done this way before, or it's also an example of adaptive management that hasn't been tried?
Good question. I think that there's this might be a question for Mr. Benier, but I think there's going to need to be some balancing in the way the releases occur to manage those kind of two different objectives. And
another, I think it's my last question, is on the floodplain at VMFRP, but also at, I have quite good knowledge, there's also a lot of little creeks of all the other forests in this region, not every acre of every forest, but I'm very aware that they often have a larger creek or billabong, system of billabongs, but also small runners that go back to the river, and water exits and enters through those small areas. Does the hydraulic modelling, either done by yourself or by previous incarnations of these plans, look at where the water exits and enters through these small streams and understand, say, which empties and enters first, which doesn't, and is there an impact from the levee banks on the flow of these small streams?
So where those small streams have been identified, that's where a lot of the structures are to enable water to continue to be able to move in and out of the forest at those locations.
Okay.
And then some of those structures may have a gate on it so that it can be closed to help retain the water on the floodplain during a flood capture event, but then would be opened to enable the water to flow back out of the forest.
Would they be the structures that were identified on your map along via the perimeter of Maya with the river?
Some of those would have been.
So they're structures on the small, so as you drive along the river track, you go into dips, and they have small structures on them. Do you know how big they are, those structures?
The design.
I tried to identify that through the map yesterday and I couldn't get any clear
So
understanding.
the size of the structures would be commensurate with the size of the channel.
Yes.
I mean, they're not, if you've got a little channel that's 1 metre by 1 metre, generally speaking, in terms of its cross-sectional area, then the structure is going to be roughly 1 metre by 1 metre, so that it doesn't alter the way that water moves through
that can move
back and forth through that structure. And so in that context, they're pretty small. And if the channel's a bit bigger, then it might be 2 bays on a regulator rather than just a single bay.
And they do vary a lot.
And they vary.
I do have some footage that I will share of that stream as this flood was receding and fish entering from the river and presumably exiting. I've seen everything, but it's very interesting footage. I made sure that I was able to be present at the time when that flow was happening to witness that, provided as evidence. Thank you.
Just on that, on our site inspection, it seems there's a mix. Some of those small watercourses look like they have containment banks, so they'll be blocked off effectively. And there did seem to be others, probably at a fairly small scale, perhaps 300-400 millimetres deep, where there was nothing proposed at all. So we obviously didn't have an accurate guide to levels when we were on site. But if there are small watercourses which are to be left open, no regulator, no containment bank, presumably the modelling is, from what you said earlier this morning, fine enough detail to pick those up.
Yeah, and the reason why they're not requiring any structure is that there'll be a high point on that channel that's slightly higher than the intended maximum inundation extent. So for those little waterways to be engaged, the river flow would need to be higher than the kind of managed threshold flow.
So the levels that you've got there were established by LiDAR, presumably.
Yes.
That's accurate to that 1 centimetre to input to the model.
Yeah, thereabouts. Have to double check exactly the accuracy of the LiDAR, but the LiDAR was used as the basis for the bathymetry to inform the model.
Can I add something there? I
Please.
believe a lot of those, should call them the fill-ins, where it's filled in with rock, were not there when I was a child. We would drive through all of those and they remained intact as small water courses. And I think that they've been put there to contain pumped environmental water and greatly disturbed when there has been a natural flood that they've blocked the water from entering. So our, the management authorities' efforts to create a good environmental effect has at times, I would believe, created a negative environmental effect, and there are the risks for all the other 200,000 hectares of area that are going to continue to be watered in this way, that they require their blockages are put in the creeks. And when there is a large flood, we all know how important it is for safety that the floodplain is able to take up the water, not be impeded.
Thank you. Dr. Kelly, did you have any more questions?
Yes, I did. So just on that, those 9 sills, as they're labelled, they are, just to clarify, they are to keep water in or to stop water coming in, or are they to contain water once you pumped it in?
So they'd be, they're designed to, if the water level is higher than the target level,
Sorry, water level where?
the water level within the forest, to let water out.
So you're going to operate them manually, nine of them, to
I
let
don't think
water
that's the
out.
intention. These are
If there's
spillways.
stills, then they're fixed.
Could you show? Oh, so they don't open or close.
Well, some
Could you show a
of
diagram
the,
of them?
Just slow down.
some of the structures can be opened and closed, and some of them are sort of spillways or lower levels within their containment bank to allow water to move in and out without, through those locations. But have to go back to the designers
Yes.
and the maps and things like that
Yep.
to work through all of that.
We
And I don't have.
we
so-
want that detail.
Yeah.
Is that detail in those folders over there?
Yeah, so just slow down a bit. My understanding from our reading and being on site is that some of those structures are spillways, so that water will, if the whole floodplain is full, like in last, asking me to correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding, if the whole floodplain is filled like it was the end of last year, as the level comes down, but the project wants to retain water in the floodplain for longer than the natural flood, it'll go down to that level using those spillways and then hold water and then be regulated through the regulators. So that's my understanding, is that.
And if the water level was to rise up higher, then it would spill over. So it can come in and out of those sills. So as the river level rises, it comes over those sills. As the river level recedes, it goes back the other way. Water's retained behind the containment banks for the period of time that's required, if it's required, and then it's released through.
Again, my understanding is they're engineered structures so that as water goes over them, it's not eroding the actual embankment that's there. So rather than water just randomly spilling over the banks at different places, it goes over those engineered sills so that it can do so without eroding the banks.
My point is that for time, these floodplains have acted to allow water to come over and back. That's what they're designed for. I don't know what these sills are actually, what
Well, we're
function they're performing.
clear on them, so
Yeah.
I'd ask you to go through the material in more detail. So
And-
they're not a natural feature. They're not trying to replicate the natural floodplain. They're part of the constructed banks.
So just
So
to
whether
clarify,
they're a good idea or not is a different question.
no, I'm not asking are they a good idea or not. I'm wanting detail of what do they look like, what are they made of, what are they for. No, but I think we would be confused. Are they on the river or on the constructed banks? On the levee bank or on the? No, they're on the river.
No, my understanding is they're on the
They're on the
constructed
constructed bank.
Unless we're talking about something different.
I think I think that they're we need to sit down and look at the maps.
Yes.
And see exactly where they
Why
are. And
can't
if
we
you've
get the
got-
maps? We've got
And
everything
if you've
here.
got a
Why can't we put it up on the screen?
Can I offer to assist? I'm happy at the morning break or otherwise to take you both to the materials, show you how they work.
Can't get it up on the screen.
It's a bit unwieldy to try to compare two maps on the screen. So it might be more useful for me to have one of the figures on the screen.
Yeah.
You can look otherwise on this screen or in the hard copy map books, and I can show
Well,
you.
you're
how-
finding it hard to do that there. Imagine how hard we're finding it. to
No,
do.
it's
why he's
hard to
offering to
present
help
it on
today.
Zoom. It's
I'm just wanting to allow everyone to understand
Yeah,
this.
well, I think I understand, but the more we talk about it, the less I'm getting clear on it. So I want to stop talking about it and go back to look at my figures and understand if my understanding is correct.
Well,
Okay, other questions, please?
Yep. Look, in your presentation, I think it was Mr. Hoxley, you described the unique layout of the terrace in VMFRP as being narrow. And I just was wanting you to explain, is there a significance in that narrowness of the terrace of the floodplain? You said it as compared to many of the other project sites and many other floodplain areas along the Murray. It is one of the most wonderful features of VMFRP Park that there is a meeting of the Mallee and the Murray. And you can see that transition zone, and it's all there to see with the Mallee vegetation and that transition zone of black box. And it's one thing that makes the park so significant and so wonderful as a conservation reserve. And then I wondered, hydrologically, what is the significance? Does that make it more under threat, at risk, or does that make it, what is the significance of that?
I mentioned that for two reasons. One is as a context piece, as I explained yesterday, that with the reference to the other 9 VMFRP sites have been made, and I wanted to make the point that these two, the floodplain is relatively narrow compared to other sites. So that's just a context setting piece. To come to your question about how is that important was important, it doesn't mean that there's more or less threat associated with it, or that they're somehow more susceptible to different things. But what it does mean is if the floodplain is relatively narrow, it remains closer to the Murray River, then it tends to respond. The closer you are to the Murray, the faster the groundwater tends to respond to Murray River levels. So in the context of a narrow floodplain, the groundwater is relatively quicker responding to Murray River levels underneath Murray River because they are smaller and closer to the river compared with some of the other floodplain areas. Now, it's neither good nor bad, it's just a context about understanding the way the floodplain behaves in this area. So that ties into the comments that I was making yesterday about the fact that the river level in this area is relatively important for the way in which the groundwater responds. And part of that is because of the narrowness.
But putting in there as an infrastructure project that is really a cookie cutter kind of project, does the unique geomorphology there have an impact on the way it was designed or the way you've seen the models interact? Or
Look, I've got
Said something
to
about
unpack a whole lot of stuff there about, so I'm really not clear what the reference to a cookie cut project and, just dropping things on. So can I just set those aside for a minute?
I could expand.
So there is, these sites have been designed, or the infrastructure has been designed for these sites at this point. No, there isn't any particular implication about the narrowness of the floodplain for the structures and their and the interaction with them.
Okay. The whole biodiversity and natural processes are set up to purify water while cycling nutrients and sediments. Do either of you have a comment on the ability of these projects not to interrupt that water, water purification and nutrients and sediment cycling.
From a groundwater point of view, no, there's no real interruption to that. It's worth commenting it again, and I'll put in the, and so I'll probably pick up from other perspectives, but from a groundwater perspective, I did refer to the fact that when the river floods or has higher flow variability as it did, say, in the 80s and 90s or pre-regulation, there is a different groundwater response to that. What we've got in the current situation is that the river behaves differently to what it used to. The fundamental difference on the way the groundwater responds in here is the regulation of the river and the changing of the weather. And in the future, it is likely to be through the changing climate. These projects and their structures are not the big deal affecting groundwater at these sites. It is those other factors that are the big thing that affect those sites.
Yeah.
And so, no, there isn't any implication to the way that the groundwater operates. Again, I don't, we could be here forever around talking about purification for a bunch of things. So, but the general comment here about are they going to disrupt that process? No, not from the groundwater perspective.
I mean, they talked about as being the floodplain is the lungs of the river, and the river spreads out, and it's all part of keeping the water clean, which, you know, that's why it's so bad that it's all been disturbed by lack of flooding. So I'm just wondering, I know there's aims of these projects, but do they, you know, with all the structures that are going to impede flow, is that cycling of nutrients and sediments going to be interrupted in a negative way?
So you know, under natural conditions, pre-regulation, frequent inundation across lots of floodplain areas, project areas, but generally, it's no doubt that's the ideal kind of process for inundating floodplains, helping with the decomposition of organic material, helping with the cycling of nutrients and the exchange of nutrients and carbon between the river and the floodplain and back to the river. With regulation, we've seen along the whole river a change in the frequency with which those processes occur. The infrastructure is designed to continue to allow unregulated flows along the floodplains, and in that process, bring nutrients and carbon onto the floodplain, allow floodplain processing and the transport of nutrients and carbon in a different form off the floodplain and back into the river. And so the operation of the infrastructure, whereby the first rising limb of the flood would continue through open regulators until the point at which a decision is made to close the regulator, allows that transport of, I guess, altered carbon. So the carbon in the leaves in the particulate form is broken down and turned into dissolved organic carbon, and that dissolved organic carbon is then washed out into the river during a flood event. And then during drawdown, the same sort of thing. There's a process to enable material that's been on the floodplain and processed on the floodplain to return.
Yeah. So it's trying to mimic nature, but I suppose what I'm looking for is an acknowledgement that it's going to happen to a lesser degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I've only got 4 questions. Wondering if Mr. Hogsley, you've done a site visit to the location.
No, I have been to the sites. I haven't been there recently since the recent floods, but I've been to the sites, yes.
Yeah, but neither of you, I think, have said that you went there with any traditional owners.
No, I haven't been with traditional owners. Members of my team have been out there involved with traditional owners here as part of this project, but
with the bores, Mr. Hogsley, there didn't seem to be many in the Woodward region, and you were reluctant. You said you're reluctant to put more bores in because it's quite invasive to dig the bore, which is acknowledged. but we're talking about putting in, I'll try and be careful with my words. We're trying to build infrastructure in these floodplains that is quite large, invasive, going to destroy the landscape in a way, with trees down, foreign soil brought in, concrete, steel, rocks. So compared to that, putting in a couple of extra boards is quite minimal, isn't it, really?
Look, we're just going to have to disagree on that. I don't believe if you're comparing apples to oranges. The question is how much extra things on the edge of the primary works do you do in order to provide guidance on what they'll do to help adaptive management. My view is that the level of boards and monitoring that's put in place is appropriate for the adaptive management needed to these structures. And I know you don't agree with me, but that's my view.
No, it's not that I don't agree with you. I'm just seeking your knowledge because I'm seeking.
So his knowledge is that the boards that are proposed is enough for their adaptive management.
Yeah.
That's my view.
Are you aware that in the Woodward area there has been problems with water table? There was a large outbreak a few years back of cherry malart plant, and they were trying to understand why is this different vegetation growing in such a rampant way, and it was talked about as being due to water table. So that's why I'm looking at, okay, there's only
so
one.
let's unpack that a little bit. Do you have a report or a reference that actually states the water table issues were the problem behind that cherry malart, or were you merely referencing that it was mentioned as a possible?
Look, it's about 15 years ago, so I could try to look up something, but
Yeah, so
don't
that'd be
know
helpful. If you could find that and give it to me, I'll respond to it. But I'm not going to accept a comment that someone once said that groundwater was the cause of a major problem as being that issue. I'm aware of some of the salinity issues and the challenges around the North Extension, and they've been there for decades, and I know of them, and they're part of the understanding of the system and the conceptual model that's been put together. So they're not overlooked, but if you've got that in a report that actually makes that link, I'd welcome it to take it.
yeah. I thought with your study of the area, you would have probably found most reports that were valid.
And I haven't seen that one, which is what makes me think it doesn't exist. And so I'm saying if for some reason it's been overlooked and we've got it, please bring it to my attention. But I don't believe it does.
Yeah. Well, you talked about vegetation and ecological responses due to the availability of water. And I was wondering, river red gums, do they like highly saline groundwater? Do they use it, and do they, is it good for them?
Good questions. The river red gums, let's say, like and want are difficult words, but there is a threshold at which river red gums will access water due to salinity. Generally, groundwater over 15,000 milligrams per litre is not used in a great deal by river red gums. And there is a sliding scale. The more saline it gets, the less they tend to use. Other trees and black box, for example, have different thresholds, but river red gums is around that 15,000.
Yeah, so I think I took from your presentation that there is no highly saline groundwater there. Is that correct?
There's no groundwater above that threshold, where the red gums are present on the floodplains.
Yeah. And I wondered if you had taken into account irrigation expansion in the area and land use change in that area.
Yes,
across the river.
Yes, I have.
With
Yes, I
more
have.
wheat farms
Yes,
turning
I have.
into almond farms.
I'm fully aware of them.
Yeah.
I've made numerous studies of them over many years, and they have been taken into account.
So do you think that's going to change things going forward in regards to the groundwater?
In regards to the groundwater, not in terms of these projects that have been considered in the background for these projects, and we're aware of them. So there's no adverse implications for these projects as a result of those.
Because they're not going to create.
They're not going to
Rising
largely
groundwater.
affect the groundwater. The main thing that will affect the groundwater on the floodplain is the operation of the river potentially flooding. That's the dominant feature. There is a small factor associated with the outside irrigation. I mentioned there's a weak connection between them. it's not dominant.
Yeah.
And it doesn't upset or overturn the effects that we've calculated.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I know you don't like me, it seems you don't like me using the word cookie cutter. But I suppose I'll term it in, do you either of you have a comment on, you know, my brother-in-law is a rice farm, so I spend a lot of time on that farm on the Warkall River, between the Warkall and the Merri. So I've walked on levee banks. I know a lot about regulators and the whole shebang of irrigation infrastructure. My understanding is this is quite old-fashioned technology. It's been used for many years, and yet that's what we're bringing in as the answer to our problem with floodplain watering. Is that really all we've got? Is, you know, do you have a comment whether this is, surely there's something better than using this old-fashioned gross
Can we just,
infrastructure?
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think they've designed the infrastructure. They're looking at the bog water flows, they're looking at the groundwater, but I don't think they've designed the actual regulators themselves.
No, I know that. I'm just wanting their learned opinion on, you know, is there not something around the
Well,
corner that would be
can I
better?
make a couple of reflections on that? I have heard and seen a lot of the stuff that you've written about this apparently novel and untried, claimed to novel and untried techniques that have been used to water this, and I must have been slightly confused with them referring to as old and irrelevant techniques that have been around for a long time. So the first thing is either you know the way that this stuff looks and you've seen it before, or it's new and novel.
Well, I've seen it on farms for the purpose of monoculture.
So
Haven't
we've got
seen it.
so there are, if you want to hold water back, there are only certain ways that you can hold water in, particularly in a flat area like this. And so you've got a few different ways you can put the water on. You could treat it like an irrigation property with sprays or other those things. That's not proposed. The idea is, as I understand it, remember I'm probably straying well outside of my groundwater expertise here, but as I understand it, the approach here is to try to replicate water standing on the floodplain as it would in a flood by the use of containment structures. So as far as I can see, if your goal is to keep standing water on the floodplain for a while, putting an embankment in place to stop it from running away seems like a reasonable thing to do, despite the fact that that's commonly used in irrigation elsewhere. I don't think that changes. You've got a design objective to hold water on the floodplain, and this seems to me to be an appropriate response.
Well, I do want to keep moving on. Have you got other topics you want to cover?
Oh, just the last one is, the last one was probably something you were going to bring up, which was the issue of the borough project being eliminated from this package and this hearing, this roundtable. And did either Mr. Hoxley or Mr. Treadwell have input into that decision, or not the information that led to that decision?
Yeah, it's a fair
I was
question.
involved, so I haven't got anything to say on that.
Dr. Treadwell.
So I can provide some background to that. So the flooding last year, through observations of that flooding, raised some issues around the way that borough was inundated, or the flow at which the borough site was inundated. I was asked to take a closer look at the frequency of inundation of borough, taking into consideration satellite imagery and the like. And through that kind of forensic examination, became apparent that the frequency of inundation to the maximum floodplain extent is influenced by a combination of flow in the river through Swan Hills in the Murray. And when you get very high flows coming out of the Warkall, there's an interaction that means that the parts of the borough floodplain can be inundated at a lower flow in the Murray than had been previously identified. And so that issue was raised, and you know, the process is to now go through and understand the implications of that.
Is it a question of it's just the frequency of inundation, the modelling that's been done for that floodplain previously? Does it need to be remodeled, or is it really just a question of it happens more often than was expected or thought?
We're working through the process to look at the modelling as well to double check exactly that, and I can't comment on the outcomes of that, but I will say that we've requested the modelling information for the Reconnecting Rivers country as well as part of that investigation to double check.
Do you, as far as I understand, with the Walpole system, it has so many creeks and so many floodplains, and as the heights increase, it is quite challenging to model, but I do believe it's been understood and that attempts have been made to do this work for many, many years, because the times when these flooding occasions occur, and we've got a high river at both times, it's not very often. But I do believe it's been understood and known. And so would you say that that calls into question some of the other modelling that has been done? But also, so that's one question. The other thing is that as a local councillor and having been a representative of that area, I was engaging with the community from early October, who were all very well aware of the flow back situation and concerned about flooding. I had emails between myself and the CMA pointing out weak spots in the Murray Valley Highway and where culverts were, that they would be at risk, and they subsequently were closed. The information I had from the community was very sound. So do you think that it draws into question some of the modelling for all of the projects, but also from that understanding that many people living in that area have been there for multiple generations, have measured river heights and followed floods over long periods of time? I suggested earlier that it would be very good to involve them in the modelling, and they also had knowledge of levee banks that came down in that flood that totally changed and created an inundation of
Let's just go back a bit.
Yes.
Let's go back to the first question. So does it have implications for the modelling in the other projects? Is that what you're asking? Yeah.
So we don't believe so. The other sites are, in the cases of Naira and Nifra, they're well upstream of the potential interaction, and the outcomes of last year's flooding and previous knowledge of the sites in terms of the thresholds for inundation match up with the modelling, and even in submissions there was acknowledgement that the thresholds of inundation that were reported in the assessment reports matched with submitters' kind of observations, and so we're comfortable with the modelling for Naira and Nifra in terms of the threshold for inundation.
Just the other element, one of the other elements you were going to is the local knowledge feeding into the work you're doing. How do you do that, or has it been done?
So, yeah, good question. I think there's been, probably have to refer to the CMA as to how they've gathered that knowledge and whether that's been available. They haven't specifically passed that on to us. The modelling processes were done before I was involved in the assessment part of the project, so I don't know the extent to which CMA and community input was had to the original modelling.
I'd suggest it would be really useful and probably create better outcomes for potentially projects or operations management to, glean that information, and also because conditions within private property have changed, that could be beneficial.
It's no doubt one of the challenges with this kind of stuff when things change on the floodplain, and if you don't know about it, and often a lot of people don't know about it because it's kind of out there in the middle of it.
Okay, I do want to move to our next person. So no final questions. Mr. Rocher, you're the last.
Just a couple real quick. If it'd be helpful, I could just think about Mr. Forrester's question earlier. I could table a document that shows some of the differences between target flows in the constraints management strategy and flows proposed in business cases, which I think I've struggled with some of the language and framing my questions to Dr. Treadwell. But just based on the idea that what the target flows or proposed flows that fed into the modeling, the MDBA would presumably, based on my understanding, impact the frequency. And then just a quick process question as well. I remember there was going to be a discussion on water availability today, or a document table
Yes.
at the end of the day yesterday, and I was wondering if that's happening, or if it'd be during this session, or if it's
Which was the document? Sorry, you'll have to be more specific.
thinking about.
There's a lot of
particularly-
information requests coming from these gentlemen.
So this was mentioned from the Victorian Environmental Water Holder in DECA, I think, about what the expected water availability would be and how that matches up.
So this is a question we asked of DECA.
Yeah.
And they've said they're providing a response later today.
Later today. And then my last question, I guess, is just based on my limited knowledge of fluvial geomorphology, thinking about how water moves across the floodplain and deposits sediments, and how that's based on velocity. Would there be an extent to which the subtlety of the topography, sediments depositing more and filling in those sort of, subtle drops, so not just at the embankments where it would be flowing back, but as it's being held across the floodplain, filling in areas that subtlety creates differences in the EBCs. Is that a dynamic that was anticipated, or?
That's a dynamic that happens anyway. And these are very low energy systems that are having sediment deposited on them under natural or unregulated events as well. And so these systems are not, they're not static, they're dynamic and they change. And we'd expect those processes to continue. So there will be sediment deposition and there'll be some sediment removal as water flows across the floodplain. The dynamic nature of floodplains means that as those processes occur, there may well be changes in the vegetation response, but that happens anyway.
Okay, Dr. Kelly, you're the last.
Yep.
So, sorry, we need to.
This document 18 was really good because it went through all the submissions and then the responses. So 13 of these were related to Mr. Treadwell. So your presentation and information is really crucial to us and our questioning. So what I wanted to ask was, there's a whole lot of places that if these projects get up, they will not get any water because these projects will mean less environmental water is put back in the river. So places like Murrumbidgee Junction, Gadsden's Bend, Pyambi, Boundary Bend, Narung, Manny State Forest, which is in New South Wales, Bumbang Island, Pound Bend, Carina Bend, Invincible Bend, Pyle Bend, Buchanan's, Gooseneck Bend. These are all between Robinvale and Swan Hill. These are the places that we call the sacrificed areas, and we are concerned about what will happen to them if they have to only get the overbank flows that are allowed to happen, or the natural unregulated.
That's a really big issue you've dropped in. Do you have a few quick comments on it?
Look, I think I've said on a few occasions, there's no doubt it would be preferable to see larger areas of floodplain inundated. We've been asked to assess these particular sites. There's other environmental watering mechanisms that can continue to be used and adopted, and I would like to think that the CMA and the water managers would be looking at those other sites as well and looking for opportunities to make sure that whole other sites other than just excuse me, the VMFRP sites are also in the mix for watering to the extent that they can be.
That feeds into the constraints and all the other ones that we've been talking
Yeah, and
about. Sorry, I'm going to finish it off there. We do need to move on, otherwise we're going to be sitting very, very late. I'm going to go back, Mr. Forrester, did you wish to put anything to them?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Just if I could clarify that Mr. Forrester allows us to see those sills,
Of course, yes, that offer very much stands. I'll
and
give that.
also what's going to happen to that creek that comes in and enters the Billabong that I've given you photos of. What's going to happen to that waterway? How's it going to be treated? Is it going to
If
be
you
dug in?
identify the specific one with these people, that would be
I think we
appreciated.
talked about it yesterday.
I do beg, I have one question, it's very important.
They're all very important, but I'm going to move on because we're going to run very,
Can I
very
email
late.
it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Put it to Amy and she can forward it to Mr. Forrester to put to the gentleman. Okay, amongst their other homework. Thank you very much. You may be excused. I gather Mr. Treadwell, at least Dr. Treadwell, you're staying around anyway to listen in. I'm not sure about Mr. Hoxley.
I'm planning to leave Swan Hill shortly.
Thank you for your input. It has been most useful for us over the last 24 hours or so. Okay, we're going to take, we might, did you want to do, who's doing introductory submissions for the next?
There are a couple of brief matters I'd like to address by way of discussion on the matters that have been raised in the course of questioning yesterday and today. They are just brief matters, but as one of them relates to what's been said about the constraints, measures, projects, relaxation strategies, depending on the terminology you'd like to use, it'd be really helpful for me to have from Mr. Roche that document, or at least the document identified that you were referring to, before I make any remarks in that respect.
Yep.
And then there's just one other brief, very brief comment in respect of the question pertaining to the planning scheme from Dr. Briscoe's questions. So given that it'd be useful to have that document, it could be that I have 5 minutes after the break, or perhaps 10 minutes after the break, or I could have the document identified now and see if I can carry on.
Well, why don't we break now for morning tea, and if you could provide that to Mr. Forrester. There's the seal issues to discuss. So let's break now. We'll come back. You can have a few minutes to respond, and then we'll go to
Thank you, Member.
Thank you. It's 11:12. Let's break till 11:30 so you can address those matters. Thank you. We're recording again. Mr. Forrester.
Thank you, Member Wimbush. Thanks for affording us a couple of extra minutes to talk through map questions in the break as well. The two matters that I'd like to address you on relate first to the propositions that have been put in the course of questions around constraints, and then second in respect to a particular question from Dr. Briscoe put to Dr. Treadwell in respect of the planning scheme.
Just bear with me, Mr. Forrester. Ms. McKay, do you need a few more minutes, or?
No, that's-
Thank you, Mr. Forrester.
Thank you. And it's important that I make some comments in respect of the constraints measures, because the way that they have been spoken about and propositions that have been put to, or that have formed the basis for questions put to particularly Dr. Treadwell, has been that constraints measures are agreed, definite, identifiable outcomes. That is to say, it's been put in particular language of, it's not a question of if, but when. Constraints measures have been spoken about in the context of both the proposition that they would represent an alternative or alternatives to the projects, and they've been spoken about in the context of a suggestion that the projects would be OTOs because if constraints were relaxed in a particular way, additional water would be deliverable to the floodplains and the need for infrastructure would become OTOs. In respect of the first proposition, I won't spend time addressing you now. The proposition that the constraints measures are an alternative to the project is both outside the scope of the requirements for the environment report in accordance with the Minister's reasons and conditions, and outside the scope of the committee's terms of reference. So in respect of the second suggestion, this proposition that the projects should be regarded or should be conceived of in light of the delivery of constraints measures, we need to turn back to a couple of key documents and set the record straight in terms of what constraints measures are and how they are, or the status that they currently have. I'm going to share a couple of documents in the course of doing so. The first is tabled document 60 from the EES Central hearing, and is a document that's referred to in the Part A submission in respect of the EES Central hearing, and is a document whose name has been referred to in the context of this roundtable.
Will this be put on the document sharing?
It's already there.
Thank you.
These were ones from EES Central, and they're in a separate folder on the document sharing system.
And it's a document which has been referred to, amongst other things, as setting flow targets, or being referred to in terms which suggest that it identifies what particular constraints will be relaxed, or the manner in which that will be done. In fact, the constraints management strategy was developed consistent with a requirement of the basin plan, that the MDBA would develop a strategy for exploring the relaxation of constraints. It's about identifying what constraints may be relaxed. It's about identifying the potential for higher river flows as a result of removing things like physical obstructions to the delivery of water, or avoiding the social impacts or economic impacts of flooding private land and so on by agreements, as has been referred to along the way. If I turn to page 24 of this document, excuse me while I scroll there, an overview of the constraints management strategy is provided, and it identifies that the strategy proposes a timetable for phased assessment and decision making, and identifies focus areas for further analysis and broad areas of operational and management practice for further consideration. And then the following points set out how the strategy is structured. In particular, it identifies an action plan or next steps for 7 identified key focus areas. At page 26, overarching principles are stated. The committee will see, as I've highlighted on that page, that a principle of the constraints management strategy is that in pursuing environmental outcomes through the relaxation or removal of constraints, solutions need to recognise and respect the property rights of landholders and water entitlements holders, be identified in consultation with affected parties, and at the bottom of the page, potential changes would be worked through with relevant basin governments and relevant stakeholders to resolve issues before changes are made. And ultimately that decisions to proceed with removing constraints will be made by basin governments, with investment being decided by the Commonwealth advice. I've taken the committee to this document because it specifically identifies the Yarrawonga to Warcool Reach in a way which underpins or feeds into ultimately the Reconnecting River Country program. It's also been referred to along the way. The Yarrawonga to Warcool Junction Reach is identified as one of the key focus areas, but does not have in this constraints management strategy any particular constraints identified as suitable for relaxation, and does not have any flow targets identified. There are no flow targets for this reach in the constraints management strategy. What there is a record that in the preparation of the basin plan and prior to the production of the constraints management strategy, the MDBA did undertake some modelling in respect of constraints to inform what key reaches might be focused upon in terms of relaxation. And it's in this place where we see that in that modelling, the downstream of Yarrawonga Reach, which is equivalent to, or for present purposes functionally equivalent to Yarrawonga to Warcool, had a relaxed constraint in the model of 10,600 megalitres a day during summer and autumn, and 40,000 megalitres a day at other times. Now, it's been suggested that some targets have been identified, and Mr. Roche this morning referred us to, or referred me in the course of the break to a particular article. which is authored by Georgia Khan, Drs. Koloff and Dr. Piddock, in respect of the management of flow constraints. I understand that to be the basis upon which it's said that there are flow targets for constraints measures. And the article produces a table 1, identifying that for Yarrawonga to Warkle Junction, it has target flows of 40,000 megalitres a day in winter and spring. And it notes that for the purposes of the business case for the constraints management or relaxation project, there was a buffer of up to 50,000 megalitres a day, which was included for budgetary purposes. So the business case assessed or had scope for the assessment of 50,000 megalitres a day, so that the budget, which would have to be proposed to the MDBA and ultimately the Ministerial Council, would be adequate to cover what might be required. Now, this article says target flows megalitres a day, identifies the 40,000 winter and spring, and identifies that those targets are taken from MDBA 2013, which is a reference to the constraints management strategy. So again, as we know, there are no target flows in that document. The basis upon which it said that there are target flows from this document is without ground.
So do we know where they come from?
So the target flows cited in this article is a reference to the constraints management strategy.
I know, but you're saying they're not in there.
That's
So where
right.
do they come from?
Well, the 40,000 figure is in the constraints management strategy as the relaxed constraint, which was modelled for the purpose of early investigation. What happened next was the production of the business cases. I've opened it, shared it on the screen. It's not the document for this committee, which will be of significant import. Save to note that this constraints measure is proposed as an SDL adjustment mechanism project. And it's proposed in terms that, unlike the NIA and VMFRP projects, for example, which are proposed as projects which will deliver certain outcomes, this is proposed as a project which will investigate the relaxation of constraints. Now, this isn't a project which will, or which is proposed or which was approved on the basis that constraints will be delivered or relaxed to deliver flows of up to 40,000 megalitres a day or anything else, rather just that it will be investigated. That's a key distinction because when we look at, again, the article that was referred to by Srochi or this document, the problem or the issue with trying to predict the outcome of constraints relaxation is that it would involve affecting up to 1,513 private properties. It would involve the inundation of a total of about 22,000 hectares of private land. It would involve the interruption of access to, there's a high number given here of 117,000 hectares, or an average number or a median number of about 45,000 hectares of, there would be interrupted access to that sum of private agricultural land. And both this business case, the notification of the SDL adjustment mechanism project, and everything that's been published since are premised on the basis that landholder agreement would be required to deliver constraints relaxations, which would give rise to that sort of inundation. So it's the New South Wales government that's the primary proponent of this measure, and it has before it the task of getting the agreement of 1,500 landowners, amongst other things, if it wants to deliver constraints relaxation to the extent that it was modelled back in 2012 on the basis of investigations. That's then, as I say, this business case has then fed into the Reconnecting River Country project. And where that's got to is the publication of, this is a public website which provides for, which exists to inform consultation in respect of various options for constraint relaxation. It's It's published by the New South Wales government. It presents flow or hydraulic modelling outcomes in respect of 15,000 megalitre a day up to 40,000 megalitre a day flows at Yarrawonga Weir. If I turn on the highest, the purposes of a conservative assumption or the most liberal assumption, I should say, as to what constraints might be relaxed, we can see at Swan Hill that would equate to 26,000 megalitre a day flow. So that's assuming the full 40,000 megalitre a day flow target was achieved or flow level was achieved. We get up to 26,000, which of course is just above the maximum inundation scenarios for these projects. But the really important thing to note in terms of these constraints measures is that even assuming relaxation to achieve this 40,000 megalitre a day outcome, it is not possible to identify, assume, or expect any particular outcome in terms of frequency and duration of flows. Taking ourselves back to the project objectives for the VMFRP, the first is, of course, to provide for a better alignment between the inundation of these floodplains with natural in terms of the timing, frequency and duration of those floods. On this website, it's indicated that if we achieve the 40,000 megalitre a day flow through constraints relaxation, the duration of higher environmental flow deliveries would be up to 7 to 21 days at the peak flow rate. And that's talked about in terms of flows greater than 15,000 megalitres a day and up to the upper flow limit of 40,000 megalitres a day. So up to the 26,000 megalitres a day on hill. We don't get flows of sufficient period to give rise to the necessary duration of inundation, as identified in particularly the project descriptions for these projects. And we don't have a reliable indicator of frequency of delivery of these outcomes. Both of those matters are contingent on precisely how constraints are relaxed, what constraints are focused on, and so on. So the reason I've stepped the committee through these matters is first to identify that, as I said at the outset, a suggestion that the constraints projects are certain or defined or agreed or that their outcomes is known, just can't be sustained. It's just not right. But secondly, and insofar as there's been some criticism, there's been some suggestion that in the preparation of the environment report for these projects, there should have been some modelling of the circumstance in which constraints were relaxed. It's very difficult to identify what should have been modelled. Indeed, as I've understood the questions that have been put, no one suggested a particular circumstance should have been modelled or indeed could have been modelled. There's been suggestion or reference to particular flow levels, but there's been no reference to why those particular flow levels are said to be accurate reflections of whatever the outcomes of the indefinite and continuing process of the development of constraints measures be. So it's not fair to suggest that it would have been possible to model. It's certainly not appropriate to expect that these projects might proceed on the basis of an assessment of constraints outcomes which are unknown and uncertain. And ultimately, even if it was the case that some modelling was presented, the question which would remain would be, what does the committee then do with it? How can the committee satisfy itself any particular outcome is more likely than any other? What would the committee do in terms of its response to such information? It's clearly not in a position to choose between scenarios or to advise, for example, the New South Wales government in respect of the delivery of any particular constraints measures. Rather, the appropriate basis to proceed on, consistent with the scope of advice that the committee has been requested to provide, is to proceed on the basis that the projects are proposed, complementary to and in conjunction with constraints measures, and they should be assessed on the basis of the reliable information that is available today. The second matter, very briefly, is in relation to the planning scheme. There was a question from Dr. Brisger to Dr. Treadwell in respect of clause 1203-1S of the Swan Hill planning scheme. I'll bring it up just so we have it in front of us. Clause 1203-1S is a clause which was considered for the purposes of the preparation of the environment report. Express direct reference is contained in, for example, the draft planning scheme amendments strategic assessment report, but it was considered in a form which predated that which is on the screen and that which contained the reference to the 30-metre distance from riverbanks, because that was included only in on the 16th of December 2022 by Amendment BC 201, and that came after the finalisation of the environment report and after it was submitted for authorisation to be exhibited. That said, that amendment fundamentally left the clause in its objective unchanged. And that objective is to protect and enhance waterway systems, including river and riparian corridors, waterways, lakes, wetlands, and billabongs. And with that objective, this clause is, of course, on all fours with others, including those found elsewhere in the state policy and in local and regional policy in respect of protection and enhancement of waterway systems, including wetlands, we would say floodplains. And so, of course, to the extent that we have a strategy indicated in this state policy in terms of separating development from the river by 30 metres, that needs to be assessed in the context of, or considered in the context of, the projects in their overall response to the protection and restoration of these floodplain settings. So I hope that provides some indication of why the 30-metre question wasn't in the environment report, or isn't in the environment report, and the basis on which the assessment is provided in terms of the project's consistency with clause 1203-1S and other clauses is relied upon and maintained.
Can I just ask a question?
A very quick one, because I do want to get to Mr. Benier.
I'm just concerned, like, with all the lawyers speak, I can't understand what he's saying. So do you mean that planning scheme has a clause in it that was changed on the 16th of December 22?
Yes.
Our planning scheme?
Yes.
By what's called a VC amendment, which is one the minister does. It's not the council's amendment. So the minister can change all planning schemes at any time.
Okay.
After going through a process.
Yeah, I just wasn't aware that we had changed our planning scheme.
Yeah, it's a piece of state policy. So this clause 1203-1S is a clause which appears in Victoria-wide planning schemes, and it was changed by the minister through that amendment BC 201.
Thank you. Could have done it down.
Briefly,
How can we best respond to the interpretation of the?
so they've been put in response to your interpretation. They could have done it next Wednesday, but
Yeah,
I'm
they
glad
could
they've
have.
done it today, because then we've got to hear it today.
So can we do it written?
If you've got a different interpretation, you can put something in on closing on Wednesday. Just, I mean, before Wednesday, you can put something in writing, that's fine. Yeah.
I'm just keen, Mr. Wimbush, that we get to hear Mr. Benier.
Yes, me too. I'm very keen for you to get it. I know Mr. Waters will have some introductory submissions as well.
I was about to say, I'll perhaps make way for Mr. Waters now.
Yeah, let's do that.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Waters, one way or another.
I
We need
will
to,
endeavour to be extremely brief.
yeah, so we need your submissions and Mr. Benier's evidence in chief
I'm not the main
before 1 o'clock.
rock guard healer. What I really wanted you to would take you to today, if I can, is obviously the two key documents for Mr. Benier's evidence are his actual witness statement and his presentation, and the numbers are respectively 14 for the witness statement and 54 for the presentation.
Thank you.
In terms of introductory remarks, I just want to emphasize.
Sorry, 56 for the presentation.
Yes, sorry, I have that written down as 56. The two matters I wanted to take you to briefly in introductory remarks are just specialist assessment A itself, and in particular, I wanted to take you to section 3.2 of that, because that details the work undertaken to characterize the existing environment. I don't intend to take you to that in any detail beyond asking you to recognise the range of surveys and the literature review that was undertaken. In particular, I emphasise the currency of much of the work that was used to inform those characterisation. You might recall from the Viva EES hearing that sometimes consultants rely on out-of-date information. See, much of this has been produced between 2018 and now, although there is some older work that has been relied on. The second matter I wanted to take you to relates to the EDSs, and in particular EDS 4A and 4B, which are the overall biodiversity improvement EDSs for Naira and Vinifera. There's a further one for Burrow, but obviously we're not dealing with that now. A response to a question that was raised by Mr. Blake the other day about adaptive management and how that's going to work. And what are we feeding into that process? I'll draw your attention to two documents that they were actually provided to the minister as part of the EES referral, as part of informing his decision. I think it was his at that time, to decide whether an EES was required. Obviously, it was decided that one was not subject to conditions, but I do want to show you this information very quickly. Of course, not in the Zoom meeting. Perhaps I can bring you back to this after the evidence, but I will be drawing attention to a number of conceptual models that have been taken into account and how they have informed, include things such as the design of the infrastructure itself. But I think in the interest of time, if we could go to Mr. Benny. Mr. Benny, can you state your name for the committee?
Yes, Jean-Michel Benier.
And what is your position?
I am a senior principal aquatic ecologist at Jacobs Engineering.
Oh,
yes,
speak up.
sorry, senior principal aquatic ecologist at Jacobs Engineering.
And how long have you practiced in aquatic ecology?
For over 20 years.
Do you have prepared a witness statement in this matter?
Yes, I have.
That witness statement is document 14. Dated 3 April 2023.
Yes.
Are you aware of any corrections that need to be made to that witness?
No.
So the statements stated there are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
And the opinions there are honestly held by you?
Yes.
And you adopt that evidence as your evidence in chief?
Yes.
I see you don't have a computer with you. Would you like me to drive the presentation?
Yeah, that's right. So I can get.
See, Mr. Forrester is one step ahead as usual. If you would like to speak to your presentation, bear in mind the committee has had the opportunity to read the material and review it. Yeah. And has also, if you could keep yourself to less.
Yes. So thank you very much. It's small. Thank you. So I just sort of covered a summary of work undertaken. So I led the assessment of the aquatic ecology for the projects, being Naira and Vinifera, as outlined in my expert witness statement. I had the support of other specialists involved in the project, but I was the lead author. I've reviewed the public submissions and prepared responses relevant to the aquatic ecology effects.
Can I just, is there something happening with the view there is not the same view as? You're
It's
good.
on mine.
Is it? There must be some buffering happening. It's there now. Thank you.
I have prepared my expert witness statement, and it's on both the presentation is based on that. And I have not undertaken any further work for the specialist assessment. So just some key issues. So obviously the scope requirement of the ER was to address of the specialist assessment was to cover the scoping requirements for the ER, and the assessment of effects. We basically used a risk-based approach to that, where we identified potential effects of the project to aquatic ecology values, identifying suitable environmental delivery standards, EDSs, assessing the likely residual effects of the project after applying those EDSs, and then also assessing cumulative effects. My computer. So looking at existing conditions of the project's floodplains. So it's widely recognised that there's been a decline in the condition of floodplain vegetation communities and wetlands within the Murray River due to river regulation and changes in environmental condition. These project areas contain waterways, wetlands and floodplains that are dependent on regular inundation. An increase in the interval between inundation has contributed to the development of hypoxic or blackwater conditions, as it has occurred across many areas of the basin. And an assessment of the potential effects of climate change has shown that the frequency and duration of natural inundation is likely to decrease further. Looking at the proposed infrastructure as part of these projects, so the regulators, drop structures and containment banks have been designed with consideration of passive aquatic fauna passage requirements. So that includes fish and turtles. And yeah, the proposed infrastructure, mainly the regulators will provide for passive passage of aquatic fauna when fully open. So depending on the operational phase, the projects will improve floodplain access for aquatic fauna by removing existing barriers to flow and passage on the floodplain. So as part of the suite of works, they will be alleviating existing barriers. Fishways are not required at these projects to achieve the beneficial outcomes to aquatic fauna likely as a result of these projects in these floodplain sites. And that's due to the fish, I guess, these locations are not critical for fish breeding and the life history cycles of the species that are likely to occur. So the specialist assessment has identified that the projects have the potential to result in some adverse effects to aquatic ecology values. The assessment of effects has identified that the construction phase of the project is likely to have insignificant or low risk. As adverse effects during the operation are particularly associated with the stranding of native fish and the breeding and dispersal of carp. They've come out as the highest potential risks through our assessment. And the operation of the projects will result in beneficial effects to aquatic species through the provision of improved aquatic habitat conditions. And the environmental delivery standards have been developed to manage and mitigate potential construction and operational effects. So satisfied that they are appropriate. In looking at submissions, I've identified that submission 8, 9, 11 and 13 had specific points relevant to aquatic ecology. So a quick summary, I won't go through all of these for the benefit of time, but we've identified a number of specific aspects of the submissions that relate to aquatic ecology. They span across potential water quality impacts, impacts to M&ES, whether they be threatened species or Ramsar sites. Obviously, issues that are associated with blackwater, salinity, and particularly connectivity of habitat or provision of passage within those project areas. Slide, thank you. So addressing the potential impact of blackwater event on aquatic species. So the assessment has identified, and we've relied on the surface water specialist assessment for understanding the potential for blackwater events to occur. And then we've assessed how that will impact aquatic species. And that is the basis of all our assessments, using that threat impact receptor kind of model for assessing effects. So blackwater modelling for the projects for Naira and Vinifera does indicate that there will be a rapid decline of dissolved oxygen on filling of these floodplains, so during the filling phase, and that the DO will fall to levels which will be a threat to aquatic species, but that DO decline is ameliorated by through flow of water, which brings in higher oxygenated water. So what we've found is that there is a period where blackwater will potentially be a threat to the aquatic values on the floodplain, whether that be fish or other aquatic fauna. But DO will rapidly improve. The modelling also shows that the DO development or blackwater development is likely to be variable across the floodplain. So there will be areas where blackwater is likely to or has the potential to occur, but there will be other areas where DO will remain consistent with aquatic fauna requirements. On that basis, we've found that even though blackwater is likely to occur, that it's low likelihood of an adverse effect due to the opportunity for fish particularly to move from an area where blackwater is developed into an area where there is sufficient DO for their survival. We've addressed Murray crayfish in considering the potential impacts of Murray crayfish. We've identified that equally, they are as susceptible to blackwater as any other aquatic species, but in the instance of Naira and Vinifera, we've identified it's unlikely that Murray crayfish are inhabiting those floodplain wetlands currently. So
Are we allowed to ask a question at this point?
No, we're going to do again,
That's fine.
get through his information, unless it's a clarification of something you don't understand.
I understand these are assertions, but I don't understand where the evidence is from the report.
Yeah.
But I'm just
That's a question
stating that.
later on. Yeah.
Thank you. The next response was in relation to the potential of stranding of native species, and as I have previously stated, this is probably one of those risks that came out, or one of the effects that came out as a medium risk. So stranding is a natural hazard for fish that use floodplain habitats. And it has been identified that stranding during the drawdown phase of the floodplain inundation is a risk. The project, though, through the implementation of what's called a fish exit strategy, will look to promote a drawdown hydrograph which promotes native fish to leave the floodplain. This fish exit strategy or managed drawdown event has been shown or has been used at Gunbower and also Hatter, which are other sites where managed inundation of floodplains occur. It is part of the adaptive management strategy for the project. It is undoubtedly, therefore, there is some residual uncertainty around the effectiveness of this strategy at these sites, but it is based on the fact that they have been implemented at Gunbower and Hatter, and there is evidence that they do promote the exit of native fish species from the floodplain during managed inundation event. Nonetheless, this does remain a medium risk that has been identified in the assessment. So, next slide, thank you. There was a submission in relation to the potential staggering of watering as part of the adaptive management and whether this conflicts with the management approach to blackwater and carp infestation management. So the surface water assessment concludes that cumulative water quality impacts were unlikely and that the effect would be low. There are, though, a limited number of options in terms of how carp can be managed as part of the project, and one of those options is the potential to adjust the timing of inundation events as well as the implementation of fish exit strategies. I guess it's acknowledged that carp remain a residual risk during the project, and that through adaptive management, that the strategies of adjusting the timing of watering events may need to occur. But the operating plan and decision making will be informed by operational monitoring and the adaptive management strategy for the project. So, you know, staggering of watering events isn't suggested as the normal operating conditions for the project, but it's part of an adaptive management approach depending on conditions that develop as the project is implemented and is informed by monitoring and consideration through adaptive management. Thank you. In response to the potential for proliferation of aquatic pests and weed species and pathogens. So, as I've mentioned a number of times, carp are likely to benefit from the inundation of the floodplains as they would during a natural event. Carp are already present within the Murray River and the project areas, and our fish monitoring as part of our work on the project identified that very high abundances of carp at both Nyre and
We saw them in the river when we were out there last week.
yeah, I mean, we were getting fish catches in the high hundreds and thousands of year of young or, you know, 1 to 2 year old carp in our surveys. Managed inundation will provide habitat suitable for carp breeding, and the operating plan includes requirements to minimise carp breeding, as well as the stranding of carp on floodplains. So minimising carp breeding is about the timing of inundation and winter bills, because that's not ideal conditions for carp. But potential adverse effects as a result of the project, you know, they are going to occur. So carp are going to breed like all other fish as a result of inundating these floodplains, but this sits alongside those benefits for the project to native species. So in relation to pathogens, we've particularly looked at EHNV. I won't attempt to pronounce the full name of the virus, but it is a virus that exists within freshwater fish species. At present, it's absent from large parts or portions of the Murray-Darling Basin. And it has only been found in redfin perch and farmed rainbow trout, although there are native fish are known to be susceptible to the virus. A number of disease hygiene mitigation measures have been proposed and will be implemented during construction of the project. And therefore, it's considered unlikely that the project's operation would result in the introduction of the pathogen if it were not already present. And that goes across any other potential freshwater pathogens that may impact aquatic values. And during construction, although I probably haven't mentioned it there, during construction, the EDSs include similar hygiene measures to prevent the introduction or spread of pathogens such as EHMB. Thank you. Proliferation of aquatic pests and weed species. Oh, sorry. Yes, so this one deals with aquatic weed species. So we didn't identify any areas of significant aquatic weed infestations. So there is Typha, there is Phragmites, there are aquatic macrophytes throughout the project areas, but none were in kind of abundance that we would have noted them as a weed infestation, and there were no declared aquatic weed species evident at any of the survey locations that we went to. It is, it is possible that increased abundance of some aquatic weeds may occur, and there is evidence of that at other environmental watering projects within the Murray-Darling Basin, and that includes some of the living Murray sites. But we're not expecting there to be an introduction of weed species into these project areas as a result of either construction or operation. There is the potential for these species to spread within the project. So if a weed species were there, for any weed species, there's a potential for them to spread within the project area as a result of implementing more frequent, longer duration flooding. It is a natural response. We're looking for that response in other vegetation components. So weed species have that potential to further spread within the area, but we don't believe the project is going to introduce any weed species not already within the project sites. There are various monitoring and control requirements suggested within the Flora and Fauna Construction and Operation Management Plan. And overall, we found there's no greater risk from operation of the project than there would be under natural flooding, where you would see the spread and introduction of weed species into an area. So in response to risks around blue-green algae or just the development of algal blooms and how they may impact on aquatic habitat and species. So in the literature and reports we found, and in the information we had available to us, we could not find any specific record of an algal bloom during previous managed or natural watering events at these project sites. And that is the development of an algal bloom to the point where it develops eutrophic conditions and has an impact on habitat quality or aquatic fauna. As is outlined in the surface water specialist assessment, nutrient concentrations on the floodplain though would increase as a result of water being held on the floodplain, and that is a natural process through decomposition of organic matter and the release of nutrients to the water column. Managed watering events are proposed in that winter-spring period, with some held through to early summer. And obviously, the longer water is on the floodplain as it warms up in that summer period, is when you have conditions favourable to algal growth. Again, we've got no evidence to suggest that algae growth is likely to be outside of the range than would be expected during a natural flooding event. So there is nothing to suggest that the development of algal blooms or the development of blue-green algae blooms would be any different. There's no difference in risk than under a natural event. Again, EDS SW2, which is for a surface water EDS, does include the requirement for monitoring of water quality, and obviously that feeds into the implementation of adaptive management strategies if there is evidence that algal blooms or blue-green algae are developing. The surface water special assessment modelling also shows that the increase in nutrient concentrations in the Murray with return flows from these projects is negligible, primarily due to the massive dilution factor of passing flows in the Murray. And I think it as consistent with some of the evidence heard this morning in relation to surface water. You know, floodplain wetlands can be a sink of nutrients. So you have nutrients coming off out of the river, they get consumed through biological processes and functions on the floodplain. And therefore, the chance of algal blooms does not pose a significant additional effect as a result of operation in these projects. In response to the submissions in relation to indirect and cumulative impacts to aquatic environments. So potential cumulative impacts have been considered for all VMFRP and multiple other applicable projects. So, you know, we've looked at cumulative effects in relation to all VMFRP projects operating or construction and operation, and looking at operation within the context of living Murray sites and other sites or other projects that are already underway. So it is unlikely that cumulative effects would occur for the majority, or it's unlikely that adverse effects would occur for the majority of effects. So, you know, there are some effect pathways that have the potential to become cumulative, and water quality, tar, for example, are pathways that have the potential to have a cumulative effect, either through additive or multiplier effects. So impacts on the Murray River water quality are low, consistent with the surface water specialist assessment. And that is primarily due to sufficient Murray River passing flows, such that any effect from each individual site respectively is rapidly mitigated within Murray River. So therefore, there is very little potential for cumulative effect as a result of operating these projects. If, though, further assessment indicates the potential for cumulative off-site effects, then a regional scale assessment should be undertaken, you know, so as part of the adaptive management of the project. Cumulative effects caused by the project are likely to contribute to relatively small areas of suitable carp habitats. So, you know, carp are one of those potential effect pathways that have the potential to become cumulative. But again, within the context of the overall availability of habitat for carp in the Murray-Darling Basin and the existing biomass of carp within the estimated biomass of carp within the basin, that it is unlikely that the contribution of the cumulative contribution of these projects is unlikely to be significant within that context. And therefore, you know, there's a low likelihood of a negative cum. Oh, sorry, there is a potential, even though low likelihood, of cumulative benefits with regard to increased waterway productivity. So as a result of the generation of carbon from the floodplain during a managed inundation, that then feeds back into the overall river system, that stimulates waterway productivity and could be seen as a benefit. In response to the submissions in relation to negative impacts to matters of national and environmental significance, we've looked particularly at threatened aquatic species and or Ramsar sites. Just addressing Ramsar sites, the nearest Ramsar site is the Hattakolkine Ramsar area, which is 250 to 300 kilometres of river distance downstream. And yeah, it is certainly believed that there would, the magnitude of potential adverse effects as a result of these projects are unlikely to significantly impact that Ramsar area, sufficient that there would be a change in the ecological character of that site. In relation to threatened species, sorry, I've probably gone in the wrong order. Again, we have assessed the potential effects to threatened species likely to occur at these sites, and primarily we've used the likelihood of occurrence assessment criteria. Murray cod and silver perch species, the M&ES species that have the potential to be negatively impacted by the projects. And yes, that is due to their occurrence in the Murray River adjacent to these sites. There's no evidence that they have occupied the floodplain with project areas. So, although there's evidence to suggest otherwise. Records for some of the other threatened species, particularly flathead galaxis, are quite old, and there's some uncertainty around the exact location of those occurrences. So they fall outside of an age range where we believe them to be credible records for the basis of determining likelihood of occurrence at these sites. So again, we have assessed potential effects to threatened species through our assessment using the likelihood of occurrence assessment criteria and the significant impact assessment. And both those assessments have identified a low potential impact to Murray cod and silver perch, and that is due to their occurrence in the Murray River adjacent to these project areas, and unlikely that they would occur on the floodplain. If they were to occur on the floodplain, they would occur as individuals. There would be no impact to a significant population, or it would not threaten the recovery of those species. It would not lead to further fragmentation of populations, and assessed against those other significant impact assessment criteria. So in response to submissions in relation to salinity impacts to aquatic species and environments, and again, we've drawn on the analyses undertaken in the surface water specialist assessment and groundwater specialist assessment to determine the potential impacts to surface water and groundwater salinity, and then assess how that would potentially impact the aquatic values. And yeah, consistent with the findings of groundwater assessment, floodplain inundation has the potential to result in recharge of groundwater that could increase its level. We'll see some groundwater discharge to the Murray River. The increase in salinity of the Murray River at these locations is in the order of, less than 1.5 and less than 2 milligrams per litre respectively for these projects. And that is a very minor increase expected relative to the current Murray River salinity of 150 milligrams per litre. And this is well below current water quality objectives and well below the threshold tolerance of freshwater species to salinity increases. So the literature suggests you actually need to get up to around 1,000 milligrams per litre of salinity before you will start to see significant adverse impacts to aquatic fauna and aquatic communities and habitat. Thank you. In response to the potential lack of connectivity during pump water events. So temporary pumps would be used under low Murray flows, so where the flood capture can't be used. It is proposed that screens be used on temporary pumps to prevent the entrainment of fish into those pumps, which is obviously in its own right one of the potential threatening processes, or one of the potential impact pathways. So we absolutely support pump screens on pumps to prevent adult fish, including turtles, being entrained in pumps during a pump watering event. Yes, fish eggs and larvae are known to survive pumping, but I guess it doesn't overcome the potential effects to adult fish. And yeah, so during a pumped event, pump screens will prevent fish moving onto the floodplain during a wholly pumped event. So there will be reduced benefits associated with a wholly pumped event, but the risks to aquatic fauna are being addressed through the use of pump screens during those pumped events. Nonetheless, watering at Hatter Lakes via environmental pumps, so during a pumped event, has actually shown that there are still potential benefits to aquatic communities as a result of a wholly pumped environmental watering.
In the interest of time, given this information is contained in the specialist assessment in more detail, I might suggest you skip this slide.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
no, it's a very interesting slide.
I can be very good. I guess what this slide represents is just the effort that's been undertaken to establish baseline conditions. So these are the baseline fauna surveys and the information that has been relied on to establish existing current conditions of the project areas.
Could you tell us what fish were found?
I can look at VMFRP, we found nothing other than carp.
Yep.
At Naya, we found carp, gudgeon, and carp.
This is in the river or in the
Across available surface water habitats on the floodplain.
It's after a small unregulated.
Yeah, so that was in December 2021. So there were a number of submissions in relation to risks and mitigation measures identified in fish management plans. Now, the fish management plans were developed for the project in 2018. The fish management plans did include a range of recommendations and an assessment of risks to fish populations associated with operation of the project. And, you know, they did identify risks and they did identify potential mitigation measures, but and they have been considered in the design and of infrastructure. So my understanding is that the design requirements have referenced the requirements identified in fish management plans, but the environmental, as did the EDSs that were developed for the project, and the EDSs take precedent or supersede any recommended mitigation measures in the fish management plans. I think this is the final slide. So just in relation to the exhibited EDSs, again, I won't go through all of them, but there are a number of EDSs specific to ecology, which have been proposed to mitigate some of those potential effects and have been used in the assessment of residual risks associated with operation and construction of the project. A number of EDSs are also identified that relate to other disciplines, particularly surface water. So SWT was referenced through our specialist assessment on a number of occasions, only because of the intrinsic link between surface water effects and potential impacts on aquatic values. And I certainly do believe that the EDSs as proposed in the specialist assessment are sufficient to mitigate the potential effects of the project and support the outcomes proposed.
Mr. Manning, one quick question. Have you attended the site?
Yes, I have on 2 occasions for the project.
Thank you. That's the evidence achieved.
Thanks, Mr. Waters. So we've got about 20 minutes before lunch. I did say that the committee would start with questions, but given that you two are going at 1 and may not be back till 3, did I hear that correctly? I'll ask you if you'd like to use those 20 minutes. Just to note, we will start again at 2 o'clock with committee questions. When you come back, you may want to cover issues that have already been covered. I'll allow some leeway given that you weren't here, but just be aware, I might also say we've done that issue to death and it's on the tape. So
Yeah, sure. I have a question in regard to trying to do your modelling. Did you base it on a pumped event or a high river and a captured event? It's hard to, it must be difficult because none of us are really clear or are able to understand what is going to be the most common, how often they'll be watered and how and what way. So did that make it more difficult, or what did you base your modelling on?
So the surface water modelling as far as inundation scenarios was all done as part of the surface water specialist assessment.
Yeah.
Consistent with the scenarios identified by the project.
So for myself,
yeah,
was that pumped events or captured events?
There was a range of to achieve. So yeah, flood capture events as well as pumped event scenarios. Yes.
Did they come up with different results, or did you say they were roughly the same type of result?
In relation
to aquatic life, fish survival, black water, and water quality that impacts on aquatic creatures.
So the outcome as far as the inundation extent and duration and timing is somewhat agnostic to the mechanism by which it is achieved. So our assessments differed in relation to if it was a pump event or a flood capture event. for effects pathways such as connectivity of floodplain habitat, because the mechanism by which that inundation is achieved is very different for connectivity, but it doesn't, you know, and it is also, as I pointed out, somewhat different for the potential for development of Blackwater. So for those effect pathways, there was a difference between a flood capture and a pump event. For other effect pathways, there's fundamentally no change in the effect as a result of the different mechanisms.
To my mind, it makes it a bit unreliable, but we don't have any way to say what way will they be irrigated and how often, because we're dealing with it. There's nothing's guaranteed. So we don't have a set of circumstances to rely upon. And of course, if you've got water coming in from the floodplain, it could be all black water, as happened in this flood. So we're dealing with different sets of circumstances, and to me, it just brings up a question about. It's all a bit. The data is not dependent on a set of circumstances that can be relied upon. Is that true?
My understanding or my interpretation of the operating plan is that the primary or the preferred mechanism to achieve inundation is flood capture.
Yes.
And only where that kind of required or desired frequency of inundation is unlikely to be achieved, or those required flow thresholds in Murray are not being achieved, but then a pump event is used to either top up or as a whole pump event. So the preference, as I understand it, is to use flood capture as the primary mechanism for achieving floodplain watering.
Which I suppose is why we continue to bring up the optimal operation, which is with constraints relaxed and more regular inundation and better water quality overall for the mid to lower basin, because it's mentioned as being the optimal way these places would be managed. In regard to the new management strategy of having flow through, that means that I guess there's some sort of opening of the bottom regulator, the lower regulator, to allow water to flow through.
So, yeah, again, under depending on the operating scenario, flow through can be achieved by having a regulator open at the top and bottom that allows water to move through the floodplain while maintaining the required inundation depth, extent, and duration.
Do we know what the operating scenarios would be where would that be where the water quality is worse, so require daily or weekly monitoring, or is it going to happen every time it's pumped?
I believe it's dependent on operating conditions at the time. I don't know the exact answer to
so we
that.
Don't really know.
No.
And it's not been tried before.
No, flow through scenarios, I believe, have been used at other managed watering sites. So I don't believe it is a new, untried kind of technique that's being applied here.
I would love it if we could have some examples shown to us of how that works and how it works for fish, just because this is being seems to be suggested as compared to rescuing fish, a much better idea, but you know.
I mean, depending on the context with which you're asking the question, but in relation to is the idea or the delivery of through flows through a floodplain during a managed inundation event, I don't believe that is unique to these projects, and that it has been used at other managed watering event sites.
If that's the case,
and I can
for all the benefits, given that that's the main method being proposed to manage blackwater and cyanobacteria. It seems that we're being asked to accept the current levels of poor water quality that have persisted over the last decade, in that you're stating that you don't expect there to be any worse water quality outcomes with this type of management system. But in the era, the pre-millennium drought and then subsequent lack of regular flows, we had much better water quality, and there was no issue really with algae in this region or black water, unknown of, hardly ever known of prior to the mid-90s. Speak to anyone who's of great age, unrecorded, although I know there are very unique sites where there is recording. So do you think that it's over the life of the Murray-Darling Basin, we should be using as baseline data for water quality that we should expect water quality of the last 10 years? Or I think it would be better to use what our goal is with the basin plan, is to achieve good water quality throughout.
So my specialist assessment didn't look at how to achieve water quality outcomes. It looked at the potential effect of changes in water quality to the aquatic values of the floodplain during operational construction. So I can't really talk to that. Sorry.
Another question: when the events are pumped, and we don't know how many there will be,
yes,
presumably there seems to be the evidence, and I understand that we need to prevent animals being caught up in the pumps, but there won't be fish able to access the floodplain for breeding and spawning in any event. So for the benefit of large fish habitat, that would seem that we can put across through that for pumped events.
So I definitely agree with some aspects of that. So as I presented, during a pumped event, use of pump screens and the use of pumps would represent a barrier to the movement of aquatic fauna onto the floodplain during a wholly pumped event. So if there are hybrid events where you will have a flood capture and then you require pumping in order to achieve your inundation level and extent. So you would still have that opportunity for aquatic fauna to move onto the floodplain. During a wholly pumped event, the use of pump screens is about preventing a direct impact to aquatic fauna. A wholly pumped event, yes, probably will have less beneficial outcomes for fish because they won't be able to move onto the floodplain. It will benefit any aquatic fauna that's already on the floodplain. But I think the Haver example demonstrates that you can still achieve some beneficial outcome as a result of wholly pumped events. And that is in addition to obviously the other benefits to the vegetation, EVC communities on the floodplain.
Yeah. In regard to the statement that Murray perch wouldn't go onto the floodplain, I do believe that Murray perch, and I'll provide some resources there, some evidence. They do breed in lakes and also floodplain areas. That's recognised about Murray perch. Is that the case?
Murray cod will breed on floodplains and floodplain wetlands. Yeah, I believe though they are primarily associated with permanent large water bodies. So particularly, they have preferred habitat requirements, and for Murray cod, that's typically consistent with main river channels. So large pools, constant flow, lots of complex living debris. Some of those habitat features do occur on these project areas, but primarily due to the fact that they are ephemeral or intermittent, that reduces the likelihood that there are breeding populations of Murray cod or silver perch. Doesn't mean they won't utilise the floodplain opportunistically when it is inundated, and they're likely to come up and they have the potential to breed and forage. And then obviously the hope is that they can then breed and juveniles return to the river. But we certainly believe it's very unlikely that there are breeding populations of any large body native fish species in these project areas.
I'm certainly absolutely sure there's not, because since the constraints were manufactured as a policy, then there's been so little inundation of the floodplain that any I would contend that the baseline measurements for flora and fauna should have been done from any available evidence in the 90s and not from whatever the baseline data was we used, which was only within the last 15 years.
Yeah.
Because that followed a prolonged period with no inundation of, or very little inundation of the floodplain. So what we're assessing is a very depleted and degraded baseline, and the projects can be justified because they're said to improve upon that nothing, and on that baseline of almost zero because they've had very little water. So I think as an ecologist, I would be wanting to have, actually when they're at their most functional and most healthy, that's the baseline we should be looking at to improve upon, because we can show an improvement. I could show an improvement by walking out there and shooting on a hose on something that's been a desert. But that's my concern about the data we're using here, is the data is not from when it was a living, functioning, flowing system with the water quality issues.
Sorry, can you just give him a chance to respond to
Yes.
I look at that. I agree. Look, there is this difference between natural current condition and proposed condition. For aquatic values, though, it's incredibly hard for us to understand, except for anecdotal evidence, which is incredibly valuable still, but we wouldn't be able to set a natural baseline for the aquatic community on these floodplains, except for based on anecdotal evidence.
Yes.
Noting that the primary benefit for these projects is designed, and the operating scenarios are designed to achieve floodplain vegetation condition improvement, with the opportunity and the watering scenarios still align with delivering water during fish spawning and fish nesting periods. So there is a real opportunity to improve the aquatic faunal communities of these sites. Yeah.
Just for the interest in information, there were Murray cod went into the floodplain during this flood and died with the black water. And crayfish, Murray perch used to be caught in that floodplain system. I spoke to someone who's 75 today and regularly caught, but also the creeks on the other side within the floodplain ones called Crayfish Creek and Crayfish. So I know that's anecdotal evidence, but it was a much more diverse and fecund environment. Okay. Not very long ago, really. And I'll leave my questions there and see if probably that's more.
Thank you. Dr. Kelly, did you want to?
Yeah. What's involved in the fish exit strategy? Just really quickly.
So the fish exit strategy, so you've got a rising limb and a falling limb. So water levels go up, water levels come down. The idea of fish exit strategy is to provide cues and triggers to give native species an indication that it's time to get off the floodplain. So one of the risks that has historically been identified for managed watering is that, like a bathtub, you pull the plug and you have this rapid falling limb, and that results in stranding of native species, even though that can occur naturally. It's been identified as a risk associated with managed watering, and therefore there's work going on to understand what kind of extending that falling limb and what triggers you can provide in the sense of, kind of maintaining water levels for a period, or maybe increasing water levels that gives native fish a trigger to exit the floodplain. Yeah.
Thank you. Is that fully understood, that research is proven and we understand how to do that?
So it is, as we've identified in the specialist assessment, it's new. It's it has been implemented, particularly at the Hatter and Gunbow TLM sites, Living Murray sites, sorry. So there is a element of uncertainty and it's been shown to be successful at those sites, but there is an element of uncertainty of how successful it is at a new site. So every site, there is a degree of uncertainty because it's never been tested at the projects.
Yes, and then
But but it is the main mechanism to try and get native fish off the floodplain when you're drawing down.
have you provided that? Is there reports written about that or assessments they must be done if it's adaptive management? There must be some data.
So the kind of concept of fish management plan, the concept of fishing strategies was identified in the fish management plans for each of the respective projects. So for, in this instance, the NIA fish management plan and the Thorough fish management plan make recommendations on the proposed fish exit strategy that should be implemented at these sites.
But do we have the data from Hatter or any other one that you suggested about how it works? Does it work? And can we have that provided for the benefits of the panel members? Because if it's adaptive management, it must be recorded if it's working.
I can provide, I'd have to take that on notice, but we can certainly provide our summary of what the findings from those sites are and what the basis of the adoption of the fish exit strategies at these sites are.
I just wanted to, speaking with local people, but also my observations from that unregulated flood where you did, afterwards you did the fish
Yes. The fish
survey.
Yeah.
Is that local people have said, but also I went into those areas and took photographs of dead fish, they were carp that were left in the dry billabongs. But also speaking to local older people who know, they said that the native fish exit, as you said, when the water drops.
Yeah.
So that would mean, wouldn't it, that your survey sort of impacted by you have to be measuring it when it's fullest to capture whatever or not.
Small body native, so not all of the fish would have exited at the same time. So had there been small body native species that we utilise in those floodplains, we would have expected to find them. And we did find carp gudgeon, which is a native species at NIA. So I guess the repeat measures during a flood event would give you a best indication of how an aquatic community develops and then declines through that event. But certainly we went when we could, and we went during the appropriate period. It's probably worth noting the fish exit strategy has a dual benefit of promoting native fish to exit, but also carp don't respond to those same cues. So that's why it's both a it's a mitigation measure for carp as well as a risk mitigation measure for stranding of native species.
And there's a break there. So we're going to stop for a 1 o'clock break. After 2 o'clock, we will commence with, I think you're going first.
I actually hadn't finished my question.
No. So what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, I've only got a couple more, but yeah, I'll do it after you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. We're starting at 2. I understand you may not be available.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, we'll break there. We'll start again at 2 p.m. Thank you. So questions from Mr. Blake. Let me just check. Yes, I said that. This was there. Mr. Blake, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnham, for your presentation today. How did you coordinate your aquatic ecology studies with the terrestrial flora studies? I'm interested in part which EBCs you were paying attention to.
So the location of our assessments based on the availability of surface water at the time that we undertook the study. So we didn't look at the EBC vegetation community distribution. We just looked at available sections of the waterway and those where we had suitable habitat that gave us the best opportunity to find the most diverse aquatic fauna community.
Oh,
Yeah, so our assessment locations, we looked at infrastructure sites that were within surface water, and locations outside of infrastructure locations that were representative of waterway conditions or wetland conditions.
I'm interested in the use you and your colleagues made of hydrological and hydraulic information in conducting your aquatic ecology assessment, and that in the context more broadly of the link between the integration of the various disciplinary studies that occurred as part of this hydrological report exercise. So in relation to that hydrological hydraulic link, did you use spatial data on finer inundation depth increments than the 1 metre increment maps that are presented in specialist assessment C?
I don't know that we did, so I don't believe so, but I can check and clarify my answer to that. And primarily, I believe we used the 1 metre depth increments because our assessment primarily looked at locations of shallow, so we used a combination of depth maps and velocity distributions to identify shallow, slow flowing areas which represent both habitat for aquatic species and also the potential for areas of poor water quality to develop. So our assessment isn't necessarily reliant on 1 centimetre increments. So 1 metre intervals is sufficient for the type of assessment we did for these projects.
So in terms of consideration of water velocities, were you looking at velocity maps, were you, or just?
No, we looked at the description of velocity results that were within the specialist surface water assessment.
I guess in asking those questions, I'm interested in how you were considering water flowing across the landscape.
Yeah,
How that was interacting, and which, given the very small topographic elevation difference
yes,
within the floodplain, probably less than 3 metres.
yeah,
The 1 metre increment seems pretty coarse,
yeah,
and the sort of micro topography would influence strongly the flow patterns, and we had some discussion about the importance of minor creek runners and so forth, and interconnecting with the Murray, so that whole sort of micro topography, the way the terrain works.
yes. So for the purpose of our assessment in looking at creation of beneficial aquatic habitat and any of those characteristics that may contribute to a potential adverse impact pathway, I certainly didn't feel we needed additional information. The information available in the surface water specialist assessment was sufficient in my view to do the assessment, knowing that that additional information was available. So we're aware that you can derive velocity distribution maps or have more finer resolution of depth profiles, but yeah, that wasn't necessary.
Have you considered the 2 recent reports by ecological associates, such as Cooling and Gibble 2023, on the hydrological modelling of PVCs?
No.
Well, I mentioned that those reports include a map, I think, actually derived from the CMA 2005, which shows the UVC distribution across the Peninsula and Nile areas. I'm sure you've seen that or some similar maps, which has a very distinct spatial differentiation, the different EBCs, which to my non-expert eye, I can see a relationship, I think, with the sort of inundation regime the main point of that report is looking at inundation frequency and of the different EBCs, and it highlights that around 15,000 megalitres a day of passing flows is sufficient to inundate some of the key aquatic EBCs, the spike, sedge, wetland, the pond, floodway, EBC, those sorts of things. So very defined continuous course area. Which suggests to me that, well, here's a question to you, that there's a relationship to topography there.
Yes.
But also of the sediment soil type.
Yeah.
Have you looked at that interaction of soils and the local hydrology in supporting these different aquatic ecological communities?
No, we did not. So the only assessment of soil characteristics was part of the erosion sedimentation assessment of potential adverse effects.
The interesting soil to me in part is in the context of evidence we've had in the report about the retreat of aquatic communities and terrestrialisation of them.
Yeah.
We're looking to reverse that. Projects are by increased inundation. One factor influencing what actually happens, numbers of factors, but one will be the actual soil conditions that these species occupy and what the inundation does to them. So things which influence the sediment soils, grazing animals, human interventions of various sorts. Carp I'll get to shortly, but do you have any comment upon the impacts upon soils?
Yeah, I guess from an aquatic ecology perspective, the aquatic fauna is the product of the environmental conditions and environmental characteristics that exist within, for the purpose of these projects, within the floodplain environment. So all of those factors you've named, you know, starting with hydrology, microtopography, that then drives differences in soil type deposition, that then has an influence on the vegetation that develops, and that creates the habitat for the aquatic fauna. I mean, it is all interrelated, and you know, they're all aquatic ecology is one of those disciplines that is dependent on all of those aspects of the environment that actually sit with other disciplines to give us the answer to. So yeah, I totally agree. There are, you know, very many factors within these project floodplains that are creating the habitat conditions suitable for the development of the existing and potential aquatic faunal community, that, you know, we haven't looked at every single one of those.
I'll come back to related questions shortly, just a different sort of tack. Have you looked at the VMFRP and Nile project area since the 2022 floods?
I have not.
You may or may not have been listening in yesterday when member Winbush and I mentioned that we had a site inspection on Friday, and what we observed, and Dr. Treadwell confirmed this, that there's a distinct difference in the vegetation response of low strata grasses, low shrubs, herbs, that is much more abundant growth of those strata in the Nile area than in the VMFRP area. And we're hoping for some illumination from the executive witnesses at the hearing as to why there might be this quite distinct difference between the areas. And I can speculate and offer, you know, hypotheses to test, but I'll hang back on that. If you have any prior knowledge of this differentiation of the areas, or any other basis to offer a view as to why there might be such a difference?
I'm not sure why you would have seen a greater kind of, you know, grass community response at Nile than VMFRP. I can't speculate I'm sure. We did note some apparent aquatic habitat differences between those sites, but nothing that could be explained, or nothing that could explain the observed observations here.
I'm not an ecologist, I have a little background, but one particular thing which I observed in the Naya Billabong area was what at a distance might have been red zola,
Oh, yeah,
a considerable carpet
yes.
of it, which again, as a non-expert, I was a little surprised to see this so few months after a flushing out by a substantial flood. Can you offer any thoughts about why we would see such a proliferation so shortly after such a flushing?
Yeah, I guess my understanding of the hydrology of Naya is that it's where I think it is the N3 small pipe regulator it's supposed to go is actually a block bank that cuts off half of the natural waterway extent through that area, and the inundation is now achieved through a minor flow path that comes in where this is stretching it. I think the N4 small pipe regulator is proposed to go, so it's probably not achieving, you know, in fact, I guess it is characterised under existing condition as no longer a flood runner waterway or an anna branch. It is a floodplain wetland, so it's probably not getting the same degree of through flow as Pani Malu Creek might do, which might flush that out, but that could be my only hypothesis.
Possibly there's been some explanation might apply to another observation we made about a quite significant litter accumulation in billabongs.
Yes.
And so is this unsurprising after a major flood to see such an accumulation? I mean of leaf and gum nuts and what have you.
Even after the flood has receded. I guess it takes several wetting and drying cycles to fully decompose accumulated leaf litter. So again, given that the flood, given the block, you know, the flow blockage at the N3 regulator, probably just not flushed the floodplain. But yeah, I mean, when we were there, we noted, and again, I'm not a soil litter accumulation specialist, but there was certainly a high degree of accumulated leaf litter on the floodplain floor across the project areas. And yeah, without flushing it, that would take several fill and dry events for it to decompose.
From our quite limited inspection, I wasn't observing, didn't observe any substantial areas of tall macrophytes emerging out of the wetland area. There was quite a lot of Phragmites growing on the crest of the river.
Yes.
Levy.
Yeah.
But not elsewhere.
Yeah.
So market.
Yeah.
So I was a bit surprised to see there wasn't more prolific, large macrophyte growth. Yeah. After the floods.
Yeah, and Phragmites, I believe, spreads through rhizomes. So I think and as I alluded to, our observation was that we didn't see large kind of stands of aquatic weeds on the floodplain either. We attributed that, at least intuitively, to the infrequent inundation that the floodplain currently experiences. So the soil probably isn't staying wet enough for long enough to sustain large Phragmites beds that then kind of emerge and grow after an inundation event.
So we've just had a 30,000 plus hectolitre passing flow event, and after a couple of months, we're seeing terrestrial species in Naya.
Yeah.
But from superficial observation, not a particularly strong aquatic response. So can you provide a commentary in terms of the proposed scenarios of managed more frequent events?
Yeah.
over what sort of time frame? What might the succession actually be to re-establish such communities more diverse and vigorous
To
growth?
jump in too much here. Dr. King, our terrestrial flora expert, is the person who's really getting us to focus on EVCs, regardless of whether they might be characterized as aquatic or terrestrial per se. So you may get more assistance from Dr. King tomorrow.
Okay, get everyone to speak up, please, everyone.
Yes, so Dr. King might be a better target for these questions that are directed to flora specifically. Mr. Bernier is aquatic fauna specifically.
Rather than all about aquatic focus.
Yeah.
I know you've already provided some input today about the access of fish to the floodplain. Can you just elaborate on the ability of larger and smaller mating fish as well as turtles to access the Vinifera and Nile floodplains after flood events?
Yes. I guess certainly we believe, or I believe, and our assessment is based on it is very likely that small body native species will be the predominant component of the fish community that utilises the project floodplains, and that the proposed infrastructure types and the design requirements for those should facilitate small body native species being able to both enter the floodplain as well as exit the floodplains through the main regulators. And, you know, there are design provisions for the drop structure that allow safe exit off the floodplain as well. That is without the need for a fishway. So there's no dedicated fishways proposed as part of either the Vinifera or Nile project, but as I stated in my presentation, I think the benefits, particularly to native, small-bodied native species, can be achieved without the need for specific fishways.
So you refer to the importance of flowing creek habitats as the main factor involved in it?
Yeah, well, the small-bodied native species are likely to be able to get up onto the floodplain and spawn and develop to a point where they can successfully then return to the river and complete their life cycle. Yes.
So in terms of, we had also had some discussion earlier about the role of flood runners and the various
Yeah.
access points.
Yes.
But I can't quote directly the point that you expressed some doubt or skepticism about the ability of range of fish species to access the floodplain.
Yeah.
That's trying to reconcile.
Yeah.
The flowing creek comment.
Yeah, so I certainly wouldn't expect there to be large-bodied native species that have significantly used these floodplain areas associated with these projects. So there's, I guess, both limited opportunity for them to enter the floodplain through the existing entry points and the design of regulator N4, which is the main upstream entry point, has no specific design provision for large-bodied native species. Regulator N2, which is the main regulator at the downstream end, it does have design considerations that would make it suitable for both downstream and upstream fish passage, which would be suitable for large-bodied native species. But we certainly didn't identify any habitat areas that provide suitable kind of breeding and nesting habitat for large-bodied native species on these floodplains. Not saying that they might not enter the floodplain and utilise it for foraging and potentially attempt to breed, but yeah, and part of that is associated with the fact that the proposed operating regimes aren't going to deliver permanent surface water at the site. There will always be a degree of intermittency about the surface water, and most of the floodplain areas where you do get trout cod, not trout cod, but Murray cod, say, as a species that typically uses floodplain habitats, they tend to be permanent, large, deep, and those habitats aren't available at either of these projects.
So to carp.
Yep.
So I understand your view to be that proliferation of carp is a significant risk in the project context, but a comparable risk exists across the Murray-Darling Basin, and that the cumulative risk is not significant in that wider context.
Yeah, so undoubtedly, any watering of floodplain habitats will support suitable available habitat for carp to breed in, and their breeding traits and life cycle characteristics, they will undoubtedly proliferate. So it's undoubted, we've identified it in our assessment. There is a almost certainty that carp will breed along with these environmental watering events at these projects, along with the potential for native species to benefit. The main reason for identifying a low risk of cumulative impacts is that within the context of other environmental watering sites, within the context of available quantum of floodplain areas within the Murray-Darling Basin, and within the context of the estimated available biomass of carp within the basin, these projects contribute such a small additional contribution, that they are likely to definitely not have a significant cumulative effect.
I also understand that it's your view that a key strategy to mitigate this carp risk would be to attempt to differentially strand the carp on the floodplain during managed flood drawdown, while enabling native fish species to exit the floodplain.
Yes.
Is that the number one strategy?
That is. There are a number of strategies used across the basin and by river managers across the world, but that is a strategy that can be successfully used for these projects, and is available to the project to use. So within the operating plan, it makes provision for implementation of fish exit strategies. I think, as I said during my presentation, they are being used at a number of environmental watering sites across the basin, and particularly for Hattar and Belsar sites, there is documented evidence or reported evidence of the success of that strategy in both achieving native fish exit from the floodplain and stranding of carp.
So as I understand, the problem with carp is there's a couple of aspects. One aspect is competition with native fish species, but the other aspect, which I'm a little more interested in at the moment, is their impact upon the substrate of the floodplain, and how they might modify it, what that might mean for the recovery of the plants, as well as other fauna. Has your investigation addressed this?
It has. We'll probably actually believe that the greatest effect of carp is through that disturbance of the water body sediment. So there is direct competition between carp and native species, but that is probably secondary to the habitat modification that results from their feeding and foraging behaviour. And because their feeding ecology is, I guess, to sift through the mud looking for aquatic invertebrates, and then they disturb the mud. That breaks down the structure of the substrate. It also suspends a lot of suspended solids in the water column, so then it reduces light availability, that impacts aquatic macrophytes. I think there is direct disturbance of aquatic macrophytes also. So yeah, their primary impact is through habitat modification.
You might direct me later to the parts of your specialist assessment which address that, but
Yeah.
I'd like to sort of just to draw you out on the larger implications of what you've said, which aligns with my general understanding in relation to the overall project benefits. Because the proposition, as I understand it, is that to implement managed inundation events to enable the recovery of EVCs, plant and animal communities, more aligned with the natural diversity and structure of those communities. If water is applied to the landscape, it's a matter of what plants can establish themselves and be viable and in the context of stresses that exist in that further modified environment of inundation and preempting more carp, upsetting the apple cart of what's happening on the floodplain, and whether that compromises the actual diversity of plants that occur in that regime. So I guess I'm looking to understand from you and the colleagues appearing tomorrow as to what that scenario is in terms of the overall ecological recovery of the floodplain in a just the potential benefit of further more frequent inundation with stresses which arise from that inundation, such as carp and maybe weed and pathogen proliferation, and also in the context that that's another question coming about, well, what other sort of management interventions may be needed to deal with those stresses beyond just applying water to the floodplain. Can you offer a more global view about the leading pressures and the ecological benefits?
Yes, and if it's okay, I will probably leave the terrestrial vegetation stuff to the terrestrial vegetation ecologists. But as I stated in my presentation, I think the potential risks of carp, or the potential benefits of the project to native aquatic fauna absolutely sit alongside the potential risks that carp pose at these locations. And yeah, to realise one fully, which is the native aquatic fauna benefits, carp management strategies will need to be applied, and certainly I strongly support the implementation of fish exit strategies that will strand carp on the floodplain and reduce, the population at the end of a watering event. But yeah, there is I think that's why we've identified it as a medium risk, which is not inconsequential. I mean, a moderate risk or a medium risk still says we believe it is likely that carp will proliferate with additional inundation. But, whether it be natural or managed inundation, you will see a similar carp response. So it's purely the fact that the project is increasing the frequency and duration of inundation events to more closely mimic natural inundation regimes, that it is creating a proliferation of carp. But if those inundation regimes were achieved naturally, you would get the same carp breeding, the same impacts to aquatic habitat that you would from a managed inundation event.
Yes, you mentioned that the overall rating of a medium risk,
Yes.
which to allay here
Yeah.
may be a little bit perplexing.
Yes.
I know it's in the context of the consequence tables and the likelihood tables that
Yeah.
you've applied.
Yeah.
You might just speak to that in terms of,
Yeah.
it's clearly a significant factor, but you're
Yeah.
getting a modest
Yeah.
rating.
Well, yeah, I mean, a moderate or medium risk in my eyes is not a moderate rating though, because we're saying that it is absolutely likely that this is going to occur. So we're saying, it's not almost, it's not certain. We can't say that it will absolutely happen, but we're saying it's very likely you will see carp proliferation as a result of managed watering of these floodplains. And that they're, we've rated it as a moderate effect because you do, like, native species and carp do coexist in the same habitat areas. So it is not mutually exclusive that if you have carp, you cannot have other aquatic fauna community components. So if it was binary and you had carp to the exclusion of all other aquatic fauna, then I think we would have rated the consequence a lot higher, which would have pushed that up into a high effect or high risk category. But I know we're not dealing with Burrow Creek project here in this session, but our fish survey results for Burrow Creek found carp and native species co-occurring within available aquatic habitat areas. So I do make the point that it's not mutually exclusive, that it's carp and nothing else.
Questions. I realise this might be a question for Dr. King tomorrow, but just to see if Ben's got a response. Do you have a comment upon what management interventions might be needed in conjunction with water management to I'll just frame it in terms of enhancing the aquatic ecology?
Yeah, so there are a number of aquatic habitat features that will respond to the proposed environmental watering regime. So we would expect that stands of submerged and emergent aquatic vegetation would develop over in time with repeated, frequent proposed duration inundation events. But then things like the reintroduction of woody habitat, large woody debris to waterways and wetlands that provide those refuge habitats for
replacing.
Yeah, it's a common, I guess it's a common intervention in waterways, and certainly has benefited a number of aquatic habitats. But that's one that comes to mind immediately.
Just a couple of high-level questions, and then final question, different topic. In relation to conceptual models that may inform the intended adaptive management operation of these projects, can you identify what conceptual models have informed or have emerged from your aquatic ecology investigations for these two projects?
So the respective fish management plans for NIA and VMFRP projects include conceptual models directly relevant to the species, the key species that are likely to be present in these projects. So those conceptual models developed by Arthur Roller Institute effectively form the basis of, I guess that conceptual framework of habitat provision and response of aquatic species.
And if I can just jump in there, those were the documents I'd hoped to take you to.
Voices.
Those are the documents I had hoped to take you to before Mr. Bernier's evidence. That wasn't possible, but I do hope to take you to later.
What interaction has occurred between your aquatic ecology investigations and the development of the ecological monitoring, evaluation and reporting plan, if there have been such interactions?
Yes, so I had no direct, so I personally had no direct participation in the development of the MER for the project, but I know that consideration of aquatic ecology discipline requirements are factored into the MER.
Do you see a link between the, you've applied a source pathway receptor model in your assessment. What link do you see between that way of approaching things, assessment, and the construction of conceptual models for adaptive management?
That's a very good question. Look, I think that source pathway receptor model is the basis of, it's certainly the basis of our risk and effects characterization. You know, I guess adaptive management models then extend that to understand the potential mitigation options and the certainty with which they can then disrupt that impact pathway piece. So I don't know if that answers the question. I'm not sure of what else to answer. Yeah.
Do you think there's a scope for developing a more integrated and aligned conceptual models for adaptive management? I mean, in terms of linking different disciplinary components.
Yes, sure. I think further development of adaptive management models or adaptive management frameworks, you know, as just more broadly, I can even talk more broadly with just these projects, but like in the instance for fish exit strategies, it has been applied a couple of times, you know, where the evidence base and the science around it is developing, you know, as new science becomes available, if that can then be brought into the adaptive management piece for these projects, great. I guess secondly, I'd like to make the point, I actually support the adaptive management approach that's being applied to this project, because at least there is an adaptive management approach and there are mechanisms for monitoring and evaluation of the response to watering events that then is built to feed into the development of future water events. So that can't be lost, that there is a mechanism built into this project that does cater for that. I think that is a very good thing.
Finally, did the aquatic ecology investigations have any input from traditional owners, either directly or indirectly?
No, they didn't directly. And cultural owner engagement, I guess, done outside of my discipline.
From that other engagement?
Not that I'm aware of at the time of producing our specialist assessment.
Thank you. Dr. Briscoe.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Benny, I've got a number of questions and I'll follow a similar order to which you covered the topics in your presentation. So my first question relates to the removal of existing barriers, which you referred to as a benefit. Did you have a map showing where the specific barriers are, and were you able to assess the benefits of each one?
Yeah, so I don't have a map of all the existing barriers, but it is noted in the specialist assessment that the location of the existing infrastructure at sites where new regulators are being proposed, those existing infrastructure are effectively acting as both flow and fauna passage barriers. So they're either of a culvert design that will not provide even passive fish passage, or the condition of that infrastructure is not providing flow or fish or aquatic fauna passage.
And so the ones you're aware of are the ones that are being replaced by the new structures.
Yeah, there may be others, but that we haven't mapped, but may have been noted in the specialist assessment.
Okay. And is it possible that if there are others, they may compromise some of the outcomes, or do you consider that they would have all been audited at some stage of the process and covered off on?
I'm not sure, but would or can check whether the project is alleviating all portal passage barriers. I'm not certain that all barriers are being alleviated as part of the project, but certainly I would need to check that.
Yeah, thank you. Now, my next questions relate to Blackwater, and I'll just wait a sec because there's a plane flying overhead making an awful racket. So with regard to Blackwater, you said in your expert witness statement that the actual response to inundation in terms of Blackwater is likely to be variable across the floodplain, which I understand to be spatially variable.
Yes.
And you noted that was observed in field measurements in December 2021.
Yep.
My first question is it possible to provide a bit more of a description of how that variation occurred, or how it presented?
Yeah, I guess we would have to draw on the surface water special assessment for the, I guess, greater detail on how the spatial variability is, I guess, evident in modelling.
Mm-hmm.
Based on our field assessment, though, I think we did over 20 individual locations, and I guess a number of those had standing surface water at the time of our monitoring, which was in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there were a couple of locations where we found extremely low dissolved oxygen levels. Noting that I think in both instances for Vinifera Creek and Pani Maloo, that the waterways were totally connected along their length. So there was surface water along their length, but there were still locations that had low dissolved oxygen versus other locations that dissolved oxygen levels were consistent with aquatic fauna requirements. So, you know, anything around 2 to 4, anything at 2, you're probably not seeing much alive. Anything around 4, you're starting to get to the limits of what aquatic fauna like. 5 and above is, you know, pretty good for them.
Is that related to particular depth profiles or organic loads at those locations?
Yeah, look, I guess they tended to be quite deep and still sections where there was a lot of, debris on the floodplain floors. So I guess our kind of intuition was that, yeah, just you're getting localized consumption of dissolved oxygen through biological processes. But it is an indication that at least in, those moderate flood event conditions, that you're likely to see Blackwater developing spatially variably across the floodplain.
Mm-hmm. And in regard to what you observed at the time you observed it with the Pani Maloo and Vinifera Creek, were they actually flowing or just sitting? The water just sitting there?
I don't believe they were flowing at the time, so they were on that falling.
Okay. And I guess within a given floodplain, would you expect that the areas of Blackwater would consistently occur in the same areas?
That is a very good point. Look, my understanding is that there are certain, topographical and other features that probably lend themselves to blackwater development. So there may be a higher risk of development of blackwater in some locations as opposed to others.
Mhm. And I guess in a larger event when there's more extensive inundation, would you?
Does it flow from your last comment that you can identify them and particularly target them in your management regime?
Yeah, I'm uncertain on that. I would have to. That's not part of the assessment we did. I'm sure you could look at available literature and do an assessment of that, but that wasn't part of the assessment we carried out.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. So in a larger event, so you're saying basically saying if the water is sort of in disconnected areas or just connected but not strongly flowing areas, you get this variability. In a larger event, would you expect that variability, or would you expect there to sort of be mixing of waters across the floodplain and with through flow, greater homogenisation?
Yeah. Look, with through flow, I think you have the potential to mitigate the development of blackwater. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So the provision of through flow is identified as one of those. They fall within one of the EDSs as a mitigator of blackwater, and certainly particularly in those main creek channels where you're going to get that velocity through the floodplain. Yeah, it should mitigate blackwater events.
I guess with the project, given that this pattern of variable blackwater, will the project increase or decrease that, or have no impact other than changing the frequency by virtue of changing the frequency of inundation? Would the infrastructure itself, in terms of its hydraulic effect, change it? For example, by altering velocity where containment banks are holding water?
Yeah, no, I think it's the former, where I think it's just a product of the increased frequency and duration of inundation as part of the proposed management scenarios.
And so, as part of that, with the water sitting there, would you expect the water to stratify?
I guess there's other factors, including depth and wind shear, that drive likely potential stratification. We didn't identify any areas of stratification at those sampling sites that we went to in December 2021. The maximum depth we were able to sample to using in situ DO meters was probably about 1.5 to 2 meters, which I am aware of. You know, you can get stratification developing in those kind of depth profiles. So we didn't find any stratification.
And was it warm weather when you did the sampling?
Yeah, it was quite warm. So I think average temperatures were 30 to 35 degrees over the days we were there and in the week leading up to.
Moving on now to the effects of blackwater and fish, and you've said in your presentation that fish will have the opportunity to exit the floodplain if conditions are unsuitable. Yeah. So with the fish being caught out by blackwater, if there's a pattern of variability, I guess is it possible or likely that the areas of poor blackwater may impede the fish getting to an area of better condition, better water quality?
Oh, look, that is possible. And, you know, poor water quality becomes a barrier to fish passage as much as a physical. So you can have a chemical barrier to fish passage, and blackwater may represent a barrier as much as a physical barrier is. That would be dependent on the scenario or the level of floodplain inundation at the time. And I guess the opportunity for fish to exit the floodplain if blackwater were to develop would also be dependent on the operating mode at the time. So, obviously, exiting the floodplain would require the regulator gates to be open partially or fully. So if you were in a flood capture stage, which required gates to be closed, then obviously you would have fish being able to leave the floodplain until those gates were open.
And so in a scenario where you were to develop black water and low dissolved oxygen, resulting in fish kills during a flood capture event, would that then be reason to open the gates and let the fish out?
That is part of the adaptive management plan, and is looking at as a provision or as a consideration requirement. Yes.
I'll move now on to fish stranding, and you've explained the native fish exit strategy. Just wanted to clarify how that, I guess, cues the native fish to leave, but the carp don't take that cue. Is there something in their life history that makes them sort of, I guess, ignore that cue?
Yeah, it's a very good question. It could be a number of mechanisms by which they respond, and other aquatic ecologists in the room may have a different opinion. But look, it could be cues associated with water quality changes, environmental changes. There may be an olfactory system response where they're detecting chemical changes. You know, they're smelling them, and that becomes a trigger to leave the floodplain. Yeah, I mean, it could be a whole suite of stuff that we really don't fully understand. I wouldn't want to say it's one thing or another, but there is a suite of triggers that native species respond to. And they are chemical, they are physical, they may be biological. That, yes, it has been demonstrated that carp don't have that same response. So therefore, the fish exit strategy has the potential to deliver a dual benefit of reducing the potential impact of stranding, as well as achieving the stranding of carp on the floodplain.
And you referred to, I guess, this strategy being operated in Hatter Lakes as well as Gunbower. Did that effectively strand the carp in both areas?
Yes, there is evidence to support a claim that implementing the fish exit strategy at those sites has achieved both those outcomes. So there has been demonstrated native fish exit, and there has been carp being stranded on the floodplains.
And so with native fish exit strategy, are you proposing this for all of the two areas, the Naya and Vinifera?
And they may, yes, and I think there is, I believe it's the same kind of, so there is the fish management plan for each respective site has proposed a fish exit hydrograph. So it's basically a manipulation of the hydrograph on the falling limb to create triggers at which the native fish will respond. And yeah, so the fish exit strategy has the fish management plan has proposed a fish exit strategy hydrograph. That's been recommended in our specialist assessment to be implemented as part of the operating management plan. And then the monitoring, the MER or the adaptive management plan for the projects should allow monitoring of the effectiveness of that fish exit strategy and the action of that over time as required.
Yeah, I've heard that in the EES central hearing, one of the issues that came up there in relation to the native fish exit strategy and why it may not be applicable everywhere is that it may actually, if there's a waterway that that may retain water or be permanent retain water after the end of the flood, that this strategy may actually draw carp into it and concentrate on those waterways. Is that a risk here with Party Mallow Creek?
I guess because they're categorised as ephemeral or intermittent waterways. So we're not expecting there to be permanent surface water development in the implementation of the proposed watering scenarios. So you'll get that. But you're right, it is they're potentially not applicable where you've got permanent waterways, because then you're just concentrating carp into that remaining surface water habitat. And that creates then a bit of just a breeding pool for the next watering event.
Yeah.
But that has been considered in the fish management plan and the applicability of fish exit strategies for these projects.
Thank you. Now, move on from there. And my next question is about the regulators. And just to confirm, are all of the regulators that the fish might use to either exit in a downstream direction or upstream direction, are they all fish friendly and suitable for the fish, or in particular high value fish, to move through?
Yeah, so N2, and I will be stretching my recollection. This is one of those technical details I might need to provide clarification on if I get this wrong. But N2, which is the large regulator, has been designed with consideration of both passive upstream and downstream fish passage. So taking into account gate design and velocities through that structure. N3 is the regulator through the existing road embankment that cuts off the creek. So there's no provision of fish passage there, because that's designed to drain the private property the other side of that road embankment. N4, which is the upstream, I guess, regulator that replaces I think it's only a 300 mil concrete pipe culvert. Now, that one, according to the concept design report, it doesn't have provision of fish passage considerations, but it is likely, or it is more than capable of providing passive fish passage through the proposed regulator. I think it's going to be quite a larger kind of culvert under that or through that area. It's not of a length that is likely to prevent a barrier due to exclusion of light, which is one of those factors that creates a barrier to fish passage. But yeah, I guess there's no specific design consideration for fish passage, but it's not expected to be a barrier.
And so for that one, I guess you're saying it provides passive fish passage. So that will allow fish to be washed downstream through it, but would it not necessarily, would the velocities potentially be too high for fish to swim upstream through?
Yeah, no data was available on the likely velocities through that proposed structure that would allow us to do that assessment of whether, small bodied native species or large bodied native species, if it would meet their velocity kind of thresholds.
Yeah, as a matter of principle across the two areas, in terms of native fish trying to escape the floodplain when the floodwaters are going down, would you expect them all to want to migrate downstream in the direction that the water's moving, or would a lot of them be instinctively more to move to go upstream towards the upstream regulators to get sort of sensing the current moving that way where the water's coming from?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say the exact proportion, but there will always be a proportion of the fish community that you would expect to want to go upstream. But, generally, we would expect that the greatest proportion would head downstream with the flow as a response to those cues to exit the floodplain, but there will be some that may go to the upstream side, depending though on whether there's through flow or other reasons for them to move upstream.
No, I guess where I was leading to there is that whether there's merit in terms of the design of the regulators upstream, also looking at, I guess, where possible, designing them in such a way that the velocities are sufficiently low that the fish could move upstream through them if they needed to. For example, by extending the length of the regulators.
Yeah, yeah, and potentially an analysis of the likely velocities through the existing structure would answer the question of whether any design changes, recognising there are design features that can be applied to culverts that may or increase the passive fish passage kind of likelihood. But yeah, I have no concerns, you know, that they do. What I can say is that the proposed structure is more likely to provide passive fish passage than the existing structure. So it does alleviate to some degree an existing barrier to flow and passage.
But then you're also saying there may be potential that the I guess the ability of those structures to provide fish passage hasn't been reviewed by yourself at this stage, but potentially that could be reviewed and maybe opportunities for refining the design could be identified.
Yeah, so an assessment has obviously been made through the design process that they will provide passive fish passage, but we haven't seen some of the we haven't seen any velocity data that would tell us whether that is for large body native species or small body generalist species.
Okay, and by passage, you mean the fish could be washed downstream, but the fish couldn't necessarily swim upstream through it, or do you mean in both directions?
Passive is in both directions, but I guess it's not a active fish way.
Yeah, sure.
So they have the opportunity to pass through, but they're not actively supported by the vision of the fish way.
Just keep on scrolling through my questions. Because my next question is still on this question of exit from the fishways in terms of some of the threatened fish species that might use the floodplain. You've mentioned that Murray cod and silver perch will only opportunistically be there and only individuals may be lost if they're stranded. What about freshwater catfish and the Murray-Darling rainbow fish?
Yeah, I guess certainly our likelihood of occurrence assessment suggests it's unlikely that freshwater catfish would use these wetland habitats, primarily because they are ephemeral or intermittent, so they do tend to dry out, and that's another key factor for why there is very low likelihood of a population of any large-bodied native species developing on these floodplain habitats. You know, Murray-Darling rainbow fish, I guess, may have the potential to use these habitats as part of the kind of small-bodied generalist kind of suite of species. But again, there's been no evidence, no records of them occurring in these floodplain habitats before.
They are shown as possibly present in the
Yeah. There's no evidence of their occurrence, so we can't say they're present, but it is possible that they could utilise them along with any other small-bodied native species.
Yeah, sure. Still with fish caught up on the floodplains, so I guess in your evidence you've outlined the example of the Hatter Lakes where a fish community has developed, even though it's just small fish and larvae being pumped onto the floodplain and it's developed. And presumably the refugia that's allowed to persist. Are such refuge, I guess, could that happen here, or are there no refugia to maintain it?
I guess that there's no indication that permanent surface water is going to persist at these sites with the implementation of the proposed watering scenarios. But it will increase the duration with which, surface water will persist. So you may get, discontiguous surface water where you're getting something that persists for a couple of years, and then you might have a drying event, and then you might get surface water developing. So, that has greater potential to allow a fish community to develop as opposed to true intermittent, just, seasonal kind of inundation.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if that's fully answered the question.
Yeah, no, that does. So if you could totally get rid of the carp out of this area, would the benefits for aquatic ecology be greater?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, or the probability of beneficial outcomes, particularly for small body native species, would be significantly higher.
Would you have any views on the cyprinid herpes virus that's being discussed in relation to carp?
Not in relation to these projects.
No. Do you think it may have in the future have implications or benefits for these projects?
Any mechanism to control carp, like in isolation, if you just look at it, reduction in carp numbers and the likely response of the environment and other aquatic fauna, yes, but obviously there's a complexity around the implementation of that as a management strategy and the adverse potential impacts.
Yeah. Thank you. So in terms of the monitoring requirements in relation to all of this, is there merit in monitoring the extent of carp infestations on the floodplain to track progress in terms of the effectiveness of this carp stranding strategy and also the seasonal releases that are proposed in EDSSW2?
Yeah, as far as informing the ongoing management of watering events, absolutely. Yeah, there would be in monitoring of the response of carp and native species to the watering events.
Yeah.
So that at a peak, at a fill and a drawdown.
And so currently there's monitoring requirements, I think, for native species. I can't remember if they're fill or drawdown. So would it be appropriate while the surveys are being done to also record carp at the same time and monitor and report on carp?
Yeah, you would be, I mean, it's incredibly hard to target a particular group or species anyway. So you would be collecting information across the fish community that's there.
So that monitoring requirement could potentially then be tweaked to include carp as one of the metrics that's reported on.
Yeah, it would be
for the same level of survey effort.
Yeah, the same techniques would apply.
Yeah. The other question in terms of monitoring, I guess one of the risks that, with this fish stranding strategy, you're trying to avoid fish strandings. Is it also beneficial to record when such strandings do happen? To I guess keep to monitor those and to track how the management is progressing to tweak the strategy, so as part of the adaptive management. So there are then again a long-term record of that.
Absolutely. So part of the monitoring, observations of fish strandings as an indicator of whether your fish exit strategy is working would be incredibly valuable.
Mm-hmm. And if a whole lot of fish did become stranded, I guess, are there any measures that could be taken, such as relocating capturing, relocating the fish, if they, for example, are clustered in a pool and that was imminently going to dry out, or would they just be left as food for other species?
I guess if the opportunity arose and it was suitable to do fish capture and relocation, yeah, of course, that's a benefit. recognising there are factors that need to be considered around translocation and other requirements. But yeah, of course, it would be a benefit, particularly for any threatened species or any native species.
Yeah. So overall, there would be a benefit rather than a disbenefit, even despite any issues regarding translocation. Moving on now to aquatic weeds. And you said in your expert witness statement that the inundation regimes would create large areas of shallow, largely still water that would increase the extent and quality of potential habitat for aquatic species, and also the potential for propagules of aquatic weed species to spread. I guess you sort of said you've looked at the outputs of the hydraulic modelling in terms of, I guess, the box plots that were presented in the surface water specialist assessment rather than the maps of such. So your understanding is at that macro scale rather than with sort of a greater granularity within the floodplains.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I guess the next part of this question you may not be able to answer because in the vicinity of, I guess, the sills and regulators at the downstream end of the floodplain, I guess one of the ways that the managed inundation is, I guess, holding the water areas there by impounding it. So close to those sills and regulators where the hydraulics would be more expected to be more greatly affected, would you expect also greater effects on habitat suitability for aquatic weeds?
Oh, that's a very good question. It would depend on the, I guess, the life cycle characteristics of that aquatic weed. Obviously, there may be some with physiological or reproductive characteristics that make them more suitable for areas of high velocity. But yeah, I could suggest the species that may be more likely to inhabit those areas than others. But I think as the discussion in the specialist assessment points out, it's incredibly complex. An attempt to assess the potential risks associated with aquatic weeds because they respond to soil moisture, inundation frequency, geomorphology, velocities, all within the context of their own unique kind of reproductive cycle and the mechanisms by which their seeds establish and the triggers by which their seeds germinate. So our assessment of the potential risks associated with aquatic weeds is based on the fact that there is no evidence of large stands of aquatic weeds, and there was no evidence of declared weed species evident at these sites, noting that during your site inspection, you saw obviously a large patch of azolla. Azolla is a native species that does proliferate to weed abundant, but typically can be just a normal component of the overall aquatic flora.
How you going, Sandra?
A few more questions. Need to keep it moving. Blue-green algae, fast strophication, and I guess I might actually skip over that I'll skip over I guess the question of whether the floodplains, by ponding the water, whether they could become nutrient sinks and then whether those nutrients could be remobilised to increase risks of things such as blue-green algae.
On the floodplain or in the receiving water?
On the floodplain.
I guess as the surface water specialist assessment identifies, there is likely to be liberation of nutrients from debris on the floodplain as a result of biological processes, and that could contribute to the development of blue-green algae or just non-blue-green algal blooms. But the modelled nutrient concentration increases were not identified as, likely to result in the development of algal blooms.
Thank you. In the specialist assessment, there are one table for each study area that summarises the expected response of the project, the expected response of various aquatic species of the project with arrows, red and green arrows showing improvements or I guess detrimental effects. So they show basically, do you have any points in relation to those two tables that you'd like to draw our attention to?
Yeah, yes, I mean, those tables are visual representations or attempts at a visual representation of the assessment findings as far as whether there is a beneficial effect, a strong, moderate or weak beneficial or adverse effect for each potential species or aquatic faunal community component. So it should not be any different to the interpretation from the assessment text. It is purely just a visual representation as part of the overall summary of the assessment of effects section.
And so from all the green arrows pointing upwards, whether they're shaded light or dark, then we could take that to where the project is beneficial for all of the native aquatic species.
Yes, so it has so there is a potential that it is strongly beneficial to those species.
Thank you. And then just finally, I wanted to run through a couple of questions about the EDSs.
Yes.
There's an EDS E2F which refers to cofferdams.
Yes.
Is your understanding that there will actually be cofferdams used in the construction of this?
So there is, yes, so there will almost certainly be cofferdams used during construction to create dry work areas, the infrastructure sites. Those cofferdams might represent a complete blockage of some of those smaller surface water channels within the floodplain, and potentially total blockage of some of the more significant flow paths, whether that be Maloo or VMFRP Creek, and cofferdamming of the drop structure would require cofferdamming within the Murray River, but that would only be partial cofferdamming.
Yeah. So with the construction works on the floodplain, would there be merit in us, I guess, requiring the construction work to be undertaken during dry conditions or no flow conditions where possible to minimise the need for cofferdamming and working water?
Yes, and that is the primary mitigation for construction to occur during dry conditions. So to avoid the need for cofferdams. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not only a minor thing, but you've said in your expert witness statement that in terms of terrestrial and aquatic weeds, EDS E3 specifies management, monitoring, reporting and audit requirements, but reporting and auditing requirements aren't picked up in there currently, and it doesn't specifically indicate terrestrial and aquatic species. Is that something that you think should be explicitly stated?
I would have to refer back to that EDS, so I might have to take that.
If you could take that on notice, that would be good. EDS SW2, you've mentioned there in terms of that will be one of the EDS used to manage, or the EDS being used to mitigate risks of blue-green algal blooms. And you've made a statement about it requiring monitoring, evaluation and reporting plan being implemented and adaptive management. And again, I just wanted to get your opinion on whether EDS SW2 is sufficiently clear about what needs to be done there.
So it does, EDS SW2 provision of surface water quality monitoring, which should give a sufficient indication of whether there is an algal bloom and should trigger a response within the MER.
Mhm.
the adaptive management plan for the
Yeah.
project.
So might it be that you're referring to EDSM SW2 rather than SW2
Ooh,
in monitoring?
yeah, I'll have to check that.
Yeah, if you could, and also SW2, I think does say some things about algae. And again, if you would be able to check whether that's sufficiently prescriptive and sufficiently informative that
Yes.
for direct management. And generally, I guess, across the EDS, I guess the general question is, do they provide adequate guidance if they're looked at as a standalone document separate from all of your advice and reports, whether there's enough detail in there to direct the management towards what needs to be done? And I guess that might be a question I noticed that.
Yeah, I guess within the context of reviewing a number of the EDSs you've just pointed to, but generally the specialist assessment includes the full description of the EDS requirements in I don't remember the exact section, but I can provide a response to that. But yeah, those description of the requirements, certainly confident there's enough detail that they will adequately mitigate those initial effect risks.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess the EDS we're using as our source of truth is the EDS and the environmental management framework. So perhaps also checking that they're consistent with what's in the specialist assessment. Okay, thank you. They're all my questions.
Thanks, Dr. Briscoe. Just a couple from me. Carp exclusion screens, are they still being used, trialled? Are they relevant here?
Carp exclusion screens are one management option for managing carp. Yeah, and they're still used. Yeah, they're still widely used, or not widely, but they're used. Yes. So
and are they proposed here?
They aren't proposed in these projects.
And were they considered?
I am not aware if they were considered.
You mentioned, I think you said you hadn't been on site after the 2022 flood event. Can I ask why? It would have seemed to have been a really great opportunity to get out there fishing and electro stunning and netting and everything else.
Yes. So it did represent an opportunity. We did consider it as a project. From a perspective of informing our understanding of the likely response of the aquatic faunal community to the proposed operating scenarios, I guess it was so outside of the bounds of the proposed operating scenarios, it wouldn't inform our understanding of what that likely response might be. But as part of the baseline condition assessment for the project, Arthur Euler Institute is undertaking monitoring across project sites. One of those includes vinifera. So I don't know if they have gone out there, but there is ongoing monitoring of sites, one of which includes vinifera.
Yes,
So
with a large event like that, wouldn't you get the maximum likelihood of aquatic species on the floodplain? Not necessarily for a long time, but transit or for a while.
Yeah, potentially, and that's a reasonable assumption. It's just that again, that it isn't necessarily representative of either existing conditions or the proposed response to the inundation regimes that are proposed.
Turtles.
Yes.
Again, not recorded as I understand it.
Yes, so we undertook specific turtle surveys looking for evidence of turtle shells, live turtles and turtle nests, and we didn't find any evidence. And based on the preferred habitat characteristics, I guess we've said that Murray River turtle and broad-shelled turtles are unlikely to use these floodplain habitats because they prefer permanent water bodies, but eastern snake-neck turtle is the species that has the potential to use these floodplain.
And whatever the regulator's doing, assuming if they were to be stranded, they can go overland to get back to the river if they needed to.
So the I guess the regulators including the embankments, they include design provision associated with the battering of slopes to ensure that turtles can I guess traverse them.
And just in terms of the duration and depth of a flood, whether it's a retained natural flood or whether it's a pumped flood on the floodplain, how do the time frames that you want to keep water there stack up between aquatic ecology and your terrestrial flora in particular, I'm thinking of? Are there any kind of hotspots where you're trying, they might rub up against each other? Like you want to let water go for one, but keep it for another?
I guess the proposed frequency and duration of inundation regimes, although arguably primarily looking to get that vegetation EBC response, they correspond really well with the broad, I guess, period for native fish spawning. So from kind of spring through till early summer or late winter through till early summer, you know, so September, October, November, December would be broadly considered the native fish spawning period, and the proposed scenarios will achieve, you know, will deliver surface water during that period. So yeah, so we should, that's part of the potential benefit, is you're going to provide fish spawning habitat for those, particularly for small body native species.
And just one last question for me on dissolved oxygen. What sort of time frame of responsiveness do you need in your monitoring and response? You know, from you've got a healthy ecosystem flooded, whether it's across the landscape or remnant in billabongs. What sort of timescales are you talking about to detect and respond to an anoxic event? And I've got images of Menini in my mind. I know are not particularly relevant in this context, but just what are you talking about?
Yeah, I think broadly you're talking a matter of days, really. It's, you know, the development of hypoxic conditions is likely to have a really acute impact on aquatic fauna for those that can't escape the water. So obviously turtles can be able to get out, but for fish, particularly where they may be contained in an area, so there may be barriers to their movement, they would certainly die.
So your overall system is designed to avoid that with through flow and so on.
Yeah.
But your monitoring frequency, you know, you can't be monitoring every month. It's got to be pretty active.
Yeah, I guess as you
at risk times.
Yeah. And obviously the greatest potential for blackwatering to occur is when you've got you know, surface water and you've got warmer conditions developing. So the timing of proposed inundations events is meant to minimise the risk of blackwater events. But if you've got water persisting on the land, on the floodplain, and got warmer weather developing, yeah, I think it would be reasonable to go out and do some spot DO monitoring to detect the early stages of blackwater development.
Okay, thank you. We'll take a break for afternoon tea there, and we'll come back. Do we have questions over here, Mr. Gotchi? Sorry, you're doing excellent. And the others are expected back at some point. So we'll break there. We'll start again at 3:45. Thank you. Okay, just before I go to Ms. Hogan for questions, just to note the table documents folder, there have been The presentation's put up for tomorrow. I know there's also a couple of technical notes in there, one about the area of floodplain and one about the drop structures that have been promised. So I'm not going to ask you to speak to those, Mr. Waters, but just for people to look at when they have a moment.
One thing I might ask at this stage is that Mr. Bernier and Dr. Treadwell have to get back to Melbourne tonight.
Yeah.
It is a substantial drive, so we'll to be sitting back.
We'll be done by 7, I promise. We will have to finish with them tonight, just on the basis that we have a very full day tomorrow. I'll go to Ms. Hogan first because she's been here. I will take further questions from the others as they wish. Just reiterating, we have just had an hour and a half of questions from the committee of the gentlemen. So if we look like we're going over that same ground again, I will pull you up and direct you to the tape. And the tape for the first 2 days, as I understand it, has been loaded up as well. Ms. Hogan.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your presentation. Just firstly, a question about the push exit strategy that's proposed, and as I understand it's currently being.
And Ms. Hogan, you have a delightful voice, which you're going to have to project a bit more.
Covering from cold. I understand that strategy is in use at Gunbower and Hatter at the moment. During the EES, we asked about whether it was a requirement of the Living Murray projects that there is ongoing reporting and monitoring of adverse, unintended or indirect impacts. And Mallee CMA indicated at that time that it's not a direct requirement, but it might show up in the reporting of risk. I'm interested, I suppose, in the extent to which you've had access to data or considered data on the unintended or indirect impacts, adverse impacts on aquatic species at those sites.
Of the fish exit strategy.
Yes.
Other than the publicly available reporting associated with Living Murray site monitoring, no. So, and noting, and I can check if required, but I'm not sure that there were adverse outcomes reported in those papers that we reviewed. In those papers we reviewed. Sorry, I do have a moving voice.
So is the ongoing monitoring that's proposed for these projects?
Yes.
That's over and above what's happening currently at Hatchland.
It does. So the monitoring that is proposed does include components that we are satisfied will pick up those potential adverse effects. So looking at stranding of native species on the floodplain, looking at carp exiting the floodplain through, so not achieving carp stranding and inadvertently stranding native species. Yes.
Mentioned that impacts on water quality due to construction is likely to be low.
Yes.
Insignificant. Is this assuming that construction will take place at a particular time of year, or that construction won't be concurrent with the other 8 projects and each of the projects?
Yes. So I guess the primary mitigation measure is construction of the projects during dry conditions where possible. So those sites that are inundated, potentially constructing during dry conditions, and then there are another number of other EDSs that have been identified, including pumping around sites to ameliorate water quality impacts and other types of impacts. But, yes.
On slide 15 of your presentation that refers to indirect and cumulative impacts to aquatic environments, there's just a note that if further assessment indicates potential for significant adverse off-site effects, a regional scale assessment will be undertaken. I'm just interested in what the reference to further assessment is that assessment that will be done by a adaptive management?
I can provide further clarification. I might need to take that on notice, but my understanding is that it's referencing back to the MER surface monitoring evaluation report that's proposed as part of the project, but I'll take that on notice.
Just a few questions about impacts related to poly pumped events.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that wholly pumped events generally have less beneficial outcomes?
Yes, I'd say there was generally less beneficial outcomes as a result of the wholly pump event, noting that that's not the preferred inundating mechanism, but it is an option.
Are there significant risks relating to habitat fragmentation and activity associated with pumped events?
I would say no. I'd say it's a lack of beneficial opportunity rather than the creation of a new risk pathway. So recognising that if a pump event is required, then you are not getting connectivity between the Murray River and the floodplain anyway. So there is already a barrier. So you're not creating an additional barrier. You're just not alleviating that barrier in a way that supports beneficial outcomes.
So in pumped events, did you have, in terms of water quality, or would there be fewer nutrients in the water in terms of influences? Is that in a natural pump?
Yeah, I guess there is likely to be different water quality depending on river flows. Like if you're getting to an overbank flow, obviously you've got a fairly large flow coming down the river, so there may be some differences, but I don't think using a pump as a mechanism is going to create or exacerbate any water quality issues necessarily, as long as you would draw it, unless you're drawing water, from some unique part of the water column. But it should, I don't believe there would be any additional risk.
You've referred to a suite of triggers that native species respond to, including water quality and chemical triggers. Does the presence of infrastructure have any impact on native species in terms of breeding practices or when they choose to lay eggs?
Tailing off again, sorry.
Sorry.
Leave it on.
Look, at an immediate site location, that could definitely be the case. Noting that the proposed infrastructure has a fairly small footprint relative to the overall waterway length and floodplain area. But yeah, at those habitat sites, it may not provide optimal habitat for fish breeding at those locations.
Are there any adaptive management measures against that particular risk?
Of unsuitable habitat at the infrastructure site locations? Not that I am aware of for fish breeding, I guess as a particular aspect of it, but as I think mentioned for turtle passage, like some design features have taken into account other responses for other aquatic fauna.
Interested in whether the removal of large trees that is expected as a result of construction, whether that's being factored into your assessment, whether it's likely to have any impacts for aquatic species within the construction footprint.
Obviously, the removal of large trees will reduce the potentially reduce available aquatic habitat, particularly root balls of large trees or large trees themselves represent a habitat component. But within the context of the overall floodplain, my understanding of the construction footprint where trees may be removed, that's a very small area and number of trees. It's not that it's not significant, but yeah, not likely to have an adverse impact at a overall floodplain level from aquatic ecology perspective.
And just going back to the fish exit strategy briefly. You mentioned that small-bodied native fish often stay on the floodplain even after drawdown. In terms of the larger food web impacts, would this complicate the effectiveness of the native fish strategy or residual?
I don't. I'm not sure I was meaning to imply that they're likely to stay on the floodplain. I think they may. So depending on the species, they may choose, or their life history may favour them to stay in permanent, surface water, or so they still will. It's expected they still will respond to the fish exit strategy. Sorry, I forgot the other part of the question.
Whether it affects the larger food.
Oh, fish being stranded on the floodplain is a natural occurrence even under a natural flood event. So, no, they will invariably provide food for birds if they were to become stranded. Again, it's a loss of potential benefit, though you're not getting those species to exit the floodplain and contribute to the overall ecology of the waterway broadly.
Just in relation to turtles, is there an extent to which you'd expect the containment banks to impede their movement or affect where they might lay their eggs? For example, they usually lay their eggs on the tree line.
Yeah, so for both these projects, based on my site visits, the containment banks are mostly being achieved through raising of existing tracks. And the slope, the battering of the slope will meet what is considered to be the slope requirement for turtles to traverse. So, those containment banks, based on our assessment, aren't likely to be to prevent turtles moving on and off the floodplain for breeding purposes. I can't talk to whether that will change their behaviour or potentially interfere with where they might breed. As I think I said in a previous response, so the only turtle species that we've assessed as possibly utilising these floodplains is the eastern long-necked turtle. Given that the Murray River turtle and broadshell turtle both, their habitat preferences for permanent waterways or water bodies, which won't occur at these projects.
So a question about impacts on MNES and Ramsar sites. We included in our submission some research about the flow requirements to maintain downstream Ramsar wetlands at the lower lakes in Coorong, which pointed to the necessity of 3,200 gigalitres of water recovery to maintain salinity. So these projects will see part of the SIDLAM, which reduces real water recovered for the environment to 120 gigalitres for these projects and 605 gigalitres system-wide. Would you expect lower flows to impact salinity or macrophytic reproduction?
In the Coorong, or just?
Yeah.
I can't talk to that. That was outside scope of our assessment. So.
The specialist assessment, I think all of the specialist assessments refer to multidisciplinary workshops that consider the potential effects and identify significant values, discussions around avoiding and minimizing impacts. Are you aware of whether traditional owners were involved in that process?
I'm not aware. Yep.
I might go to the others,
Yeah.
and if you want to have a think about it.
Thank you.
We'll come back to you. I prefer just one per group in this session, just to keep it consistent. But I'm happy for you to confer and whatever.
Thank you.
Dr. Kelly, would you want to?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Mr. Bernier, you said something about alleviating existing barriers.
Yes.
I'm not sure what barriers you're talking about. Do you know?
Yeah, so at both project sites broadly, the proposed infrastructure locations are either at locations of an existing barrier or an existing piece of infrastructure which act as barriers to flow and fauna passage. Given that the proposed infrastructure, most of the regulators have taken into account the provision of passage, aquatic fauna passage, that they will in some way alleviate those barriers to passage and flow.
Yeah. I suppose I'm wanting to know what exactly the barriers you're talking about are.
For example, as I think I may have provided a response to here, but regulator N4, as an example, is at a location of a 300 mil pipe culvert under an embankment. The proposed regulator, although it doesn't have specific provision for fish passage, the design is intended to provide fish passage through that site. Regulator, and I am stretching here, I think regulator N2 is also at the site of an embankment. When we were there, that culvert through that embankment was partially or almost certainly almost completely blocked. The new regulator will alleviate that barrier and will allow passage both upstream and downstream.
Yeah, and these
If I could step in there for.
These are both in Naya?
V2 and V4.
Oh,
So is that Vinifera or Naya?
Vinifera. If it starts with a V, it's different.
yes, sorry.
This is right down the bottom for me.
The two is.
So V2, where the road is crossing. V4,
Yeah,
the pipe under the culvert. V2,
Yeah.
not sure where V2 is.
He didn't give us an extensive list, but he gave us some examples in answer to a previous question. If you want an extensive list, I suggest we do it offline because I don't think you can do it now.
Well, it would be good to have a view up there and be able to see
Yeah.
what he's talking about. There isn't, I suppose my point is, or my clarification is, there isn't a lot of infrastructure in Vinifera.
Mm.
I can only think of one pipe under a roadway. I can't think of any other infrastructure. It's quite devoid of infrastructure currently. So I'm thinking alleviating existing barriers. Those little runners are blocked by the roadway, the fill that's been
His answer
made.
to this, can I just jump in? His answer to Dr. Brisker's question on this was he's not sure whether all the barriers are being alleviated as part of the project. So some are, but he's not sure.
Okay, and then same in Naya. Naya has two bits of infrastructure. The point is, there isn't a lot of infrastructure already there. And the barriers that are there, where the roadways, field runners, they should have, and also the large earthen block bank, all should have been dealt with as part of adaptive management previously.
And if I can clarify that alleviating them as a barrier is not in the sense of our assessment, it's not a removal of that, earthen embankment. It is the replacement of the culvert with something that provides or has design considerations which take into account the need for fish passage or aquatic fauna passage. So,
And just to clarify, and sorry if there's repetition, let me know. A fish is swimming along and comes to one of these regulators. You're saying there is passive
so
passage is allowed
yeah,
because
so it could be that the depth and velocity through that structure is suitable to allow native fish to pass through. So recognising
even the big 1 metre long ones.
well, it will depend on the species. They are less likely to be suitable for large bodied native species. Most likely to be suitable for small bodied general species. Recognising that depending on the species, they have different depth and flow requirements for structures.
Thanks. It's been talked about in a Parks Victoria document, has been described as the Murray River Red Gum Forest have been described as a linear oasis connected by water in a dry land. So Nivenifera is part of that linear oasis connected by water. And the trade-off for these projects is to keep water in the consumptive pool. But are we destroying that linear oasis by not looking at the alternatives to these projects and looking at more water kept in the river, more water being able to over backflow?
Look, unfortunately, that was beyond the scope of the assessment that we undertook.
Okay. What is the conservation status of the purple-spotted gudgeon?
That is, I believe, critically endangered and was believed to be locally extinct in Victoria, but it's been found in the Karang wetlands recently.
And you said carp gudgeon.
Carp gudgeon is that's a small bodied general native species, quite common, not listed.
The cousin of the spotted gudgeon.
Only in the sense that it's a gudgeon, but it is it's a fairly common native small gudgeon. Not unsurprising to find that on the floodplain.
And have you looked for flathead galaxis?
The survey techniques we use are consistent with the DECU guidelines for threatened species survey. So if they were there, we would have expected to capture them.
And do records show that they have been there or that they are in the region?
So the records of flathead galaxis in the vicinity of both Naya and Vinifera are quite old. They're from the 1950s, and there's some uncertainty around the location of them. So for the purpose of a likelihood of occurrence assessment, they fall outside of the bounds of what's considered to be reliable data.
Have they been found in the region's lakes though?
I believe that their distribution is currently limited to some saline lake habitats. And that's primarily due to the exclusion of either predatory or competitive pest species that can't tolerate those fires.
Yep. Another question is, would you say that we need more surveys into aquatic ecology?
Oh, more generally. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. I think, you know, the use of scientific evidence as the basis of management planning is widely recognised as beneficial. Yeah.
You've said that fishways are not needed because it's not critical. Did you say not critical habitat or not critical?
Yeah.
Page 5 of your PowerPoint.
That's correct. So, not critical habitat for their, or, and based on their life experience cycles of species likely to occur. So, given that we've said larger body native species aren't likely to occur, and you know, we're likely to predominantly the benefit will be to small body general species. Those benefits would not be any greater if fishways were to be built on those floodplains.
May I share a photograph? I'll share my screen to show a photograph of a large cod that died in the VMFRP Park this year.
Sure.
During the, because it's pretty large. If we could put up species, we could put up the photos that I loaded. I'll be happy to show them. Show the where the photo
Provided
came.
there for him to respond to.
Yes.
Yeah.
So are you able to share my screen? I'm Kevin Casey. Today.
Oh, sorry, Kevin.
Yes.
Sorry.
Can you see that? Yes, you could.
That's
Jackie
loaded
also
on the
has.
document.
Yeah, Jackie also has a picture of a large.
This Trevor is taking this right now.
Oh,
What is?
so?
You go back to your Zoom.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, good. Okay. Are you able to put up something from the document sharing list? It's number 59.
Just been tabled.
And it's page 39. Document, there it is.
Give you a moment to take.
Yeah. So this is that's a person who lives alongside the billabong at VMFRP in this year's flood. I went in there with on the tinny and we saw big fish. We didn't know what they were coming in. I obviously thought they were carp. You could just see them moving. And then local people who were going regularly canoeing monitored as several large cod where they in the billabong where they were gradually changed colour and died as the black water just kept coming into the. But I was it was very interesting, I guess, when you can divorce yourself from the distress of seeing the dead cod to see that they did go into that. Well, you know, it's a big size, a reasonable size creek.
Yes.
Because of the largeness of the flood.
Yeah.
And Jackie's got it. That's Niall. And I've also got another photograph to show, which is.
So can I just slow down a bit?
Yes.
I don't think there's any doubt that in a very large flood, you would get these very big fish in there. I don't think anyone's contesting that. So am I wrong, Mr.
No. A large flood. Yeah, so certainly agree with that. I think the very large flood, you would see larger fish being able to move up onto the floodplain. Again, it probably demonstrates though that these habitats aren't suitable for large.
Oh, no, they're very suitable if they're not full of toxic water. It's not a fair statement to say they're not suitable habitats.
He is the expert. He is the one giving evidence.
I'm a local expert.
We understand that. Can you just perhaps frame some questions for him around what you've got?
Okay, well, what I would say is in our current situation, having experienced a national catastrophe in the Murray-Darling Basin, that this we can't, I don't think that, do you think too, probably on reflection, it's not really fair to say, make a statement that the VMFRP forest and the associated creeks and waterways are not suitable habitat in that particular situation. It's not a suitable habitat.
If you're saying that that is the result of the development of a Blackwater event,
yes,
then the development of the Blackwater has obviously
caused
led to, yeah, the fish to die. As I think our assessment found, the likelihood of blackwater developing is directly associated with the duration between the increased duration
Yes.
between inundation events and the
Yes.
reduction in stream flow. So I guess what I mean is it's not surprising that, as a result of a blackwater event, a large cod that's got up onto the floodplain has died. But, the floodplain remains unsuitable for a population of cod to develop.
And in this stretch of the river, although it is a natural, it's a natural choke at Swan Hill. So although it was a big flood generally, the river went this high regularly in previous years. So I'm presuming that if a cod that big went in, then it's done it. They maybe did it once every now and then, or every 18 months, pre-1990. I also have another picture to share, which is because we were speaking about turtles. As the floodwater rose, started to come in, the turtles came out of the, I presume, mud, or not. This turtle was on the edge, so we took a photograph that was actually when that river was just high, about 18,000 megalitres a day. So just interesting to see our own wildlife service. Thank you. You can stop me sharing that. And Mr. Waters, if you could get up for
There is
me.
no Dr. 59 on my table.
Yes, to 59 on the Engage Victoria.
From ES.
It's been updated since I
Yeah,
was
you've got to
refreshed.
refresh, yeah.
Yeah.
My question there is, could it be proposed that the large cod went in there seeking fresh water? The whole Murray was like licorice, and the cod has gone into the floodplain to seek oxygen.
Yeah, I could support that conclusion. I think at a high river levels, you've got a total connection between
So it all
the main
becomes the
river
river.
channel and the floodplain, and the velocities ensure almost total mixing irrespective of where you are across the channel.
Yeah, but I suppose for a few moments it might have been fresher on the periphery than in the main channel.
And that is possible, and there may be flow refuge areas that may have contained different water quality throughout the entire basin at that period. But I wouldn't talk to the fact that these project areas represent
If I can,
like that.
if I can take you to the last few photos on that document. Are you trying to do that, Mr. Waters, or
Mr. Forrester.
Mr. Forrester? I could probably do it here, but I don't know how to share the screen. Yep, so just scroll all the way through to the bottom. Yep, so that photo in the middle is Blackwater in the Billabong. The Vinifera Creek that you say, we locally call that the Vinifera Billabong, but it's not here. Just go up to the next page. Yep, these are the Blackwater. That is the entrance to Vinifera with the VMFRP sign, the Blackwater surrounding it. That is the Murray River in Swan Hill where the crayfish is crawling out of the river. And then if you scroll up to the next photo there, that's in Vinifera quite near the Takasuka Bank. And that is a dead fish, that white thing in the middle there. There was, it was easy to get a photo. There was a lot of them. It was very sad. And at the entrance to the Vinifera, with the previous photo there were fish just seeking oxygen. It was very pitiful and tragic.
And it is well documented that in recent major flood events within the basin, it's almost always been associated with large scale kills driven by blackwater events in both 2011, 2016, repeated again in 2022. Yeah.
Can I add something? There were very many large flooding events without blackwater events prior to the lack of regular inundation of the floodplain. So prior to 2011,
Yeah.
it is hardly ever recorded that there was a system-wide blackwater event.
Yeah.
And that is consistent with the recollections of all of our local community. Mr. Waters? Yeah. Could we go up to the photograph further up? Is there more photos of me, Jack? Yeah. So we saw that water in the forest, and there was no plants. Keep going, please. Is there a photo of the Billabong 25?
Yeah.
The one that's got all the plants.
Page 1 and 2.
Sorry, scroll right up.
Real, yeah, keep going, keep going. These are the 1997 flood. That's a swan nest, and keep going down. 1997 flood again, keep going. This one here.
Yeah. So see, this is the same area. Is it? I'm not sure which forest is it, going to be Naya or VMFRP. The flood that we saw before was just water, just dark water. But this is what the whole forest used to be like, and all these ones between here and Robinvale, when they had flood water. So until I was 25, there would be water plants all over, diverse water ribbon all across the flood. And since the drought and since constraints were imposed upon us in the mid-90s, which didn't exist before, these places flooded regularly, and the combination of the Millennium Drought, or whatever, exacerbated by over-extraction, and then the Blackwater event of 2011, and then followed by the Blackwater event of 2016, seems to have actually annihilated the floral diversity in this huge area of Murrumbidgee, Warkworth and lower to mid-Murray floodplain. Now, we could be having this jewel in the crown of the Murray River. That was what it was like. And it had a range of plants. And now when it is flooded all the way from here to Robinvale, it's just water. It's just sitting there. And it's not got the same life. And thank goodness there's been birds, because they don't seem to have dropped dead by touching it. But this is what we could have. And this is what we had. And we had it until 1995. And I just, sorry, but I really respectfully, I need to challenge that these Blackwater events always happen. They have always happened in a big flood. And I'm really glad that I'm 54 and can have very regular living memory to be witness to what we have killed by terrible management of the floodplain. Now,
I don't think that's something you need to tell us about. I mean,
no, but it's nice to be
we're
able
all
to
here
show
because
you.
of terrible management of the Murray-Darling system,
Yes.
or a part thereof.
But it's a way to challenge that these things didn't always happen. It didn't always, it wasn't like that.
But Bernier wants to address, I don't think he said.
Yeah, I used the 2011, 2016
Yes.
recent examples
They are.
where Blackwater is developed as a
Yes.
result of large scale flooding across the basin.
Mhm.
And as has been mentioned by a number of witnesses, I guess, and reinforced by me, that is a product of the
Reduced flooding.
reduced frequency of flooding through the system. I mean, it is one that is contributing to the other.
So there might be disagreement about what we do now, but I don't think we're hearing a lot of disagreement about where we've come from.
It's good to have.
I just got a couple of further questions on that one, that same one of that it's not critical habitat. And explaining further on that, is it critical habitat for any of the range of possible species in this area? Golden perch, silver perch, Murray cod, Murray hardyhead, catfish, any of those?
Looking at the criteria by which we define critical habitat as being important for the recovery or of a population, or will impacts to a habitat create disconnection or isolation of populations? No,
And can I just be clear on that? You're talking about the technical definition of critical habitat.
Yes.
You're not suggesting it's not habitat or not
No,
used
no,
habitat or not
it's
good
whether
habitat.
it is critical habitat or not. And for listed species, there are criteria by which you can state whether a habitat is critical
Yeah.
or not.
And this is related to you saying that we don't need fishways.
I believe I said we believe there would be no additional benefit through the inclusion of fishways beyond those which are already likely to be realised.
Yes. So as if we talk about fish friendly structures.
Yeah.
Are the structures going into Vinifera and Naya fish friendly?
Yes, in the most part. So, and I say only in the most part because all but a couple have actually their design considerations include the provision of fish passage.
For the small fish?
Yes, primarily the small body general species and other structures that even though the design report may not say we have specifically considered it, there has been an assessment that it will nonetheless provide fish passage.
Yep. And then my last question is also regarding, sorry, Mr. Forrester, those photos again, if we could go to number 23. It's of the creek or the waterway that joins the river to the Vinifera Billabong. I've got some photos of that filling up. And I wanted to ask whether that is.
I do recall that location.
Yes, it's quite an amazing little location because it's where the Billabong fills up. So
Sorry, can you just tell us where it is? Because I know I recognise it, I just can't
if you
remember
go
where it
in,
was.
if you go into Vinifera on Thwaites Road
Yep.
entrance,
Yep.
You would have to turn left off the main track. And
Pretty sure I've got photos of it, I just haven't.
Yes,
I need
in
to
your
place
mind.
them in my
it's
mind.
near. So I think one of the regulators is probably going there.
I believe that is a.
Yes, so if you scroll down a bit, you see the waterway that leads. Yep. So it fills up and then goes all the way through to the Billabong. And then if you scroll down to page 31, Mr. Forrester, thank you for assisting. Now, I'll just ask that area where the creek goes, and it's quite a narrow little fork of land between the river and the creek. It's like a promontory. I suppose you probably can't answer. So this one here is that same creek or waterway. Would you call that a creek? Yeah. Anyway, we'll call it a creek for now.
Yeah.
Can you see the woody debris?
Yes.
Which would form good habitat?
Yes, that would.
I'm wondering, do you know with the project if that will be kept like that, or is there going to be some sort of clearing, or like it'd be nice to keep like that as nature has made it, where woody debris falls in, becomes habitat, and it's.
So based on the construction environmental management plan that is proposed as part of the EBSs, any large woody debris that needs to be removed within the construction footprint is to be returned in place after construction is finished. So there should be no loss of large woody debris. So large woody debris may need to be relocated for the purpose of construction, and that could be also inside of a coffer dam within the dry work area, or if the site is dry, it may need to be relocated. But there is absolutely specific provision for that to be returned in place, so there is no net loss of large woody debris such as that.
That's excellent. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Wimbush.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. I'll go back to Ms. Hogan.
Just have one final question. just in relation to culturally significant fish traps that are within the mud. Just interested in whether they were assessed, particularly to understand whether cultural practices that the fish will move through these traps and the timing of fish passage, the frequency of those events, whether that will continue through the range of site operations.
So they weren't assessed as part of the aquatic ecology specialist assessment.
Please.
I have a question, trying to just think how to frame it. So I just need a moment, actually. No, I'm still thinking. If anyone else has got a question, I do have one. I just got to.
Just, yeah, please, Mr. Baker.
If I might ask, following up
Yes.
on Mr. Kai's earlier question, this is a question I'll also ask people presenting tomorrow. What information do we have on the floodplain biodiversity prior to 1995?
For Naya and Nicker projects, it is quite limited from an aquatic ecology perspective. We've relied on
Vegetation species surveys.
I can't talk to vegetation, sorry. As far as aquatic ecology, so fish, frogs, fish, turtles, other aquatic fauna, we've had to rely on protected matters search tools or the Atlas of Living Australia or other database searches, including Victorian and national searches. But scientific reports or unpublished reports are incredibly limited.
Can I add something?
Please.
I do believe that Doug Frood was involved in the VIAC assessments of the floodplain in the region we're speaking about between Robinvale, and I'll try to upload some research. Also, renowned botanist Beth Gott, where did she go? Monash. She had visited us and done studies of Indigenous food sources in that Niagara forest. There was a book that came out, it was about in the 90s. So there are some, but I do believe that the information from Doug Frood was quite extensive, and what we're missing in fish, there's probably quite a lot in flora.
Yeah.
I have sourced the articles and I've sent them through.
Thank you.
I
Just sorry, just before you go on, can I just ask Dr. Kelly, Dr. Brisker's asked, and it's a good idea. On your photos you provided, obviously not right now, but when you can,
yes.
could you just do
Yeah.
like a very brief
Yeah.
location description?
I couldn't figure out how to do that. So
Even-
what I'll do is I'll number them.
Even if it's
and
a
I'll-
separate page
Yes,
typed out.
I will. I'm sorry, I ran out of time with that.
And if you've also got an estimated year on that.
Yes,
good.
absolutely. It is chronological
Yep.
mostly. Mostly I tried to make it chronological to tell a story. Mr. Forrest, if you don't mind, if you would take it back to photo 20, page 20 in those in that document, please. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Benier, with the Panimaloo, the way it has the block bank and it has a pipe in the block bank. You know the one I'm talking about?
Yes.
Currently, and this happens all the time, the Panimaloo goes black, and it's just that block bank just lets it sit there stagnant, no flow. For some reason, the pipe isn't opened by the managers, and just as now, as everyone is able to see, it's just it just is a shocking black lake of water with no flow, and I wouldn't know. Would you be able to say if there would be any life in that Panimaloo right now?
I can't talk if it would be now. Obviously, the development of Blackwater is not consistent with, that's quite life, particularly those speakers.
This is the edge of the Panimaloo near the golf course. So lots of woody debris.
if you scroll down for me, Mr. Forrester, we've got, that is the block bank, that middle photo with the pipe in it at, when the water is low. So you can see the pipe is small, and I don't know why it's not opened and allows that black water to go out of that water body. Would you know why that?
I'd say it's just blocked with
Because
debris.
what we've got is, this is our current adaptive management. And when we're told that these new projects will be managed under the adaptive management model, this is what we think of. We think of the Pani Maloo with the block bank left there for it was put there to enable the golf club.
So we've been told many times that bank's coming out. And I know you don't have faith is probably not the right word, but you
Confidence,
don't trust.
confidence. I'm just saying, we're told that adaptive management is going to be used. Well, this is what we see as what adaptive management is. And unless we can be told, you know, how many new staff are going to be located here to actually get into that park that is just been so neglected, so poorly managed. I'm not, do you want me to give you a chance to speak to that, or? No.
There's nothing.
No. I'm sorry.
And
And
the point, the general point you've made many times, Dr. Kelly, we've heard that
Yeah.
many times, and I'm not sure
Yeah.
Mr. Benier can add anything to that.
Yeah,
Given
but
the
I
time,
would love
I am
him
going
to.
to wrap up his session so he and Dr. Treadwell can hit the road.
Yeah,
Um,
just that last photo is the last thing I want to ask him about.
Please.
That's the Pani Maloo.
Yes.
Is that good to have all that woody debris?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks pretty
Undoubtedly.
spectacular, doesn't it?
So fallen trees and typically with limbs greater than 300 mil are considered large woody debris, or complex large woody debris, and that is very good fish habitat.
But what you're saying is that Naya vinifera doesn't have good habitat.
There are other characteristics, so that is one characteristic of habitat. Depending on the species, the preferred habitat characteristics can be deep flowing water, maybe the presence of emergent or submerged macrophytes. There are, you know, that is one habitat feature, which is a very important one, but it's not going to have that feature which would make an area suitable.
Because you can see there just how wide the Pani Maloo is. It's not a small creek. In some parts, it's like a river.
Yeah, I don't think he's debating any of this with you.
No, but I'm kind of seeking clarification on why he's saying that we don't need large fish to go in there. It's not important habitat when that is kind of world-class habitat there.
And I think again, there was, I'd encourage you, and I know there's a lot to do, but to listen to the tape, because there was quite considerable discussion around large fish and all sorts of things. And it's not that correct me if I'm wrong again, Mr. Benier, my notes may be wrong. It's not that those regulators will exclude large fish, it's just that you're not putting fishways in to allow large fish to come and go when the regulators might be closed or partly closed.
That is correct. And also, as that photo demonstrates, the ephemeral nature of the Pani Maloo means species like cod or catfish that prefer permanent waterways it wouldn't support a population of those species. You know, those species could enter the floodplain and occur within Pani Maloo while it's got water in it, but they wouldn't persist. So it wouldn't meet the conditions of a critical habitat.
It would go. They would go in there for spawning, foraging. Yeah, it's ephemeral. It's a ephemeral system, and that they've learned to adapt to
And
it.
still would in future, whether the project is built or not.
But
Is the message we've got.
those regulators, do they have like gaps like that? So a large fish is not going to be able to get through the gap.
So the design of the regulators is variable. So the large regulators are large bay regulators with split leaf gates. some of the
That's
other
too
regulating, so they're just large, really large box culverts. They might be a 4-bay box culvert, or it might be a 10-bay box culvert, or 10 boxes of culverts with
No grid, no grid.
control gates on them. I'm not aware that, I don't believe they have grids sort of yet. And some of the others are might be just a single box 9 by 600 mil box culvert with a regulating gate, penstock valve or something like that to achieve that regulation of water.
Okay.
And in that
I'm gonna
way,
wrap
they're
it up.
fish friendly.
Gonna wrap it up there. Thank you.
Thank you.
If
Getting,
I could have that information brought to us by the proponent is,
it's in the map book, the size of the regulators. It's all in there. It's all in front of us.
I have a question.
Yeah, they're not little things like this. They're big boxes. And unless
No,
they're
it's
closed, of
have-
course, and then it's different.
Thank
Very
you.
quickly, Ms. McKay.
Yes, it said in your statement, and I really appreciated in the initial that you acknowledged that these areas would have received regular high flows prior to river regulation. I'm just wanting to share on the screen a photograph which is more consistent, and I'd like to have your opinion about it. We didn't experience in this region a lack of flows into the floodplain prior to the 90s. Prior to the mid-90s, that was when it really began. There we are. So I've got flows at Turrumbary that have been mapped for me. And what this shows is that I guess I'm challenging something that's said, and I do apologise.
That's what he's here for, to be challenged. Challenge or whatever.
Well, many people say that we have the basin plan because of river regulation, but my experience is that we needed the basin plan because of marketisation of water and the uptake of licences, which was shown to be in excess of the water available, and also the introduction of practices where environmental water was treated differently.
So what do you want to challenge him with? Let's get to
So
it.
what I would say is where we've seen the big change here, we haven't done any more river regulation since 1990 or 1980. We haven't done any regulation, as far as I understand, since the early 70s. But we saw massive drops in here. This is flows at Turrumbary, which is the gauge above Swan Hill. And as you can see, prior to 96 was a wonderful flood, and 95, 96. And then we've got a little one in 2000 after that millennium drought. Then we've just got some very big floods and no seasonal flows, not many above 25,000. And that has been caused not by river regulation, but by the following of the constraints rules and the practices not to allow flows above whatever it is, 17 or 18,000 at Turrumbary. So in fact, it is policy enactment that has caused the degradation of the floodplain here, not river regulation.
So
that's my challenge.
What's the question out of all that?
My question is, you've said it's river regulation that's caused lack of flowing, lack of floods in our region, lack of small seasonal floods. And I would say from this that it's actually looks to be the following the rules of constraints. The environmental water is treated differently from spilling water from the dam. So we can't have flows. Sometimes called the Turrumbary. Sometimes it's called the Turrumbary rule.
I've just got one more question from Mr. Blake. Again, this is a factual thing. I mean, I don't know if Mr. Benia wants to comment on it in terms of
So I'm
what
just
if
saying, I don't think it's really regulation. If we look at the actual flow data and we can all see.
It's not giving evidence on water policy.
No,
It's
no,
giving
I
evidence
understand.
on water technology.
But it is a statement.
Yeah, I guess there could be many contributing mechanisms to the change in hydrology.
Yes.
The base. Yeah, and I think we've called out river regulation. There may be other.
Yeah, I think to be more truthful, not that you're untruthful, it's just that it's said so many times by people who are in natural resources management and water management that we've got the basin plan because of rigor.
I want to let these
Fair
people
enough.
go.
Yes.
Mr. Blake.
You referred to the EDS requiring the return of woody debris after construction
Yes.
occurs. I understood you to be saying that that would be to the site where construction occurred.
Yeah.
I'm wondering whether you consider this would be a case for relocating that debris sometimes locally to a waterway where an aquatic habitat might have greater benefit of it than miscellaneous terrestrials.
I guess the principle is like to like in that instance where you're returning it in situ to the place that it was, recognising that, you know, it has value in the place where it was. So, yeah, I mean, there could be, sure, it could be moved to, but you're robbing, I guess in my sense, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul to some degree.
Okay, Mr. Waters.
Thank you. Nothing in re-examination.
Thank you. Gentlemen may be excused, and if they wish to depart, then feel free.
Thank you so much.
And then I believe we have some submissions from you on a couple of matters.
Yes, just very briefly, I want to just talk about the fish management plans. I'll just start by giving a bit of context to them. These were documents prepared. Just wait till it comes up. Documents prepared, as you'll see, by the Arthur Rylah Institute and DELT, as it then was. It's called the SDL Fish Management Plan. Now, the origin of these documents was they accompanied the referral to the minister to determine whether an environmental effects statement was required. So they have been overtaken by the current design in terms of what is actually proposed, what are the actual EDSs, that was alluded to by Mr. Bernier this morning. Nonetheless, they are useful for gathering an understanding of the evolution of these projects and what is taken into account in and will be taken into account in the preparation of the operation management plans. And if we go immediately to the executive summary, description of the NIA fish management plan, there is a separate vinifera fish management plan that accompanies a separate referral for that project. You can see the purpose of the fish management plan is to provide design criteria to be incorporated into the detailed designs and to provide operational requirements that benefit native fish for the SDL site operating plans, as well as to establish objectives and targets and understand the context of operations. Now, I'll skip quickly over the first few parts of the document because they have really been overtaken by subsequent events, and I'll move straight to chapter 6. Which deals with conceptual models of native fish life cycles and habitat requirements. Hopefully it'll catch up in a minute. And it does make the point that, of course, it's easy to overread a conceptual model, treat it as gospel, when in fact it is a model. We always have the obligation to create the all models are wrong statement in these hearings, but some are useful. So, for example, this is the Murray cod. The silver perch is also addressed. I'll take you through one of these in detail in a moment. Golden perch, freshwater catfish, and what I want to take you to briefly is the small body wetland generalist. That's a guild rather than a particular species, obviously. But what you can see here, and this is going to your questions, Mr. Blake, about adaptive management. For example, there is a summary of various principles on habitat use, including references to appropriate literature where identified. So you can see the point can inhabit riverine or wetland habitats, prefers floodplains with complex and diverse macrophyte assemblages. That's referred to with Baumgartner. Obviously, there's a list of references at the end. Goes down through diet, it's a weird blank page, goes to spawning and recruitment. Onto movement and migration, and then particularly has implications for Victorian environmental flows. Setting out a number of matters to be considered. At 25, for example, one of the ecological priorities for NIA Park is to maintain and enhance the small body generalist native fish community. This can be achieved by establishing diverse and complex macrophytes, and by keeping wetlands fully and periodically connected so that fish can use source populations to establish. And that's all derived from the previous points. Then there's a set of sections on threats and finally knowledge and data limitations. That feeds in, and then over the page we have, I suppose, a graphic representation. There's a section on non-native fish, exotic fish, which points out that they're generally a problem. There's another section on previous projects, ecological objectives and targets. You can see it provides numerical targets. So, for example, the bottom row, re-establish resident populations of frogs and small fish. At least 4 native fish species are present in seasonal wetlands every spring between 2025 and 2035. And over the page, 3 frog species every spring in the same period. Section 10, we've got the fish-related opportunities. Sets out again what can be achieved where, and particularly at NIA, it does recognise that you've got 2 things you can do here at NIA. Opportunities exist to increase flood durations. Part of it is to increase opportunities for the gill, we've already discussed, but also there is a recognised opportunity, as Dr. Kelly and Ms. Mackay have been saying, to support juvenile riverine fish. So not full-size permanent populations, but there are opportunities there. Again, goes on to conceptual models, discusses the rationales, does recognise the impacts, the positive impacts on exotic species, but works through it. I did want to take you briefly to the fish exit strategy discussion at 10.13. And here we see the same, it scrolls down through, there's a reference to the fish hydrographs have been successful in terms of stimulating small-bodied generalist species to leave a managed inundation at Gunbower. There's a reference to Sharp et al. 2016, a document for the Northern CMA. They show the actual hydrographs below. I did also want to draw attention to this final paragraph above figure 11. The drawdown process could be initiated in autumn, which would follow a natural drying regime. However, to avoid movement of young of year carp from the Nile floodplain into the Murray River, this drawdown could be initiated in late spring. Again, there's reference to Sharp et al. Reported that a late spring drawdown allowed for the exit of small-bodied fish, but limited movement of juvenile carp. So again, this is some of the science that will ultimately be feeding into the operational plans. It's not just we're having a guess. There is stuff behind this by ARI, who are effectively the government's ecological consultant. Similarly, further fish hydrograph, there's recognition about uncertainty and adaptive management. At table 12, we have risk and mitigation measures for small body fish populations. Again, no doubt that it will be important to monitor and understand and adapt, because as the floodplain becomes more of a floodplain, its response will change again. We've got more detail on what you might do. Here's the seasonal opportunities for juvenile riverine species, which includes Murray cod, silver perch, golden perch. This again all feeds into, again, there's a list of actions there, 10.23, to provide seasonal opportunities. Food source exit strategy, suitable habitat, including submerged woody habitat. That gets us again to proposed ecological objectives. I do want to take you to section 12, which you can see the SDL design criteria for native fish. So, for example, I believe Dr. Briscoe was discussing upstream fish passage. And we say, well, it's not provided due to unlikely to be required due to local hydraulic conditions and low abundance of migratory fish. Again, it's not that these things have not been thought about. Similarly, fish passage through regulators, no, it's not included in regulator N5, but the main regulators, 1A, 1B, and N2, cater for fish passage when they're open. Again, discussion of velocities through regulators. There's some discussion here of providing roughening on the side of the regulator outer walls to improve upstream fish passage. So again, ultimately, no design changes were recommended as part of this. In the vinifera one, there was some discussion of carp screens. Ultimately, a decision has been made that on balance, they're not something to be pursued, but it would certainly be open to you to recommend that that be reconsidered. And then finally, there's detail about the recommended operational regimes, and then we get into some conceptual water model You can see the whole thing up there, so you can see it again. It's not a Gantt chart. I'm going to call it a Gantt chart. It's like a Gantt chart showing how it works for small-bodied wetland generalists, and similarly, there's one for the seasonal juvenile riverine specialists in the Pawnee Maloo Creek once you've extracted that block bank. So again, this is the information that's been discussed as a risk assessment that has been overtaken by current documentation.
Can I just ask in amongst our documents where we find these? I know they were
Yes.
pre-exhibition of the ER, but are they on the DELT website or?
They are on the DELF website, in the usual, how they had the minister's referral sections, the documents come. I will have them retabled. Thank you specifically.
On our list,
Yeah.
thank you.
And you will be able to look through them in due course. We won't bother with or at this stage, much the same. But yes, the main difference with vinifera is it only really deals with small body generalists, so it's not expected to be a role for juvenile riverines. So again, I just wanted to point out that this is the kind of material that we will be using to inform them.
That's reassuring. That's a lot.
Yes.
Mr. Wimbush, if I could just ask a question in relation to that document. I see there that one of the things recommended is to maintain flow in the Pawnee Maloo.
Yeah.
That was in 2016. Now it's 2023, so that's 7 years ago.
That was 2018.
Sure.
Yes, at least the final version. It might have been generated.
It was part of the EES referral in
Yes.
2018.
I think it's got 2016
It's
on
got a
there.
table of 4 documents, 4 versions.
Anyway.
So we've
yeah,
known for a long time that Pawnee Maloo needs to flow, and yet that block bank is still there. We've had to just watch.
To be removed.
Yeah, but I mean, why wasn't it removed? The same people who haven't removed it are going to be controlling things.
That document is the forerunner of the current design of this project. So that is all part of what is leading to here and the removal of that block.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is too
Yeah,
slow.
I trust that it'll be done. Sorry, 3 words. Too slow.
It's just symbolic of the neglect of that park.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Waters?
Yes, a separate matter. So we've added to the table documents table, a document which sets out what we understand to be Dr. Treadwell's homework. The various requests for information. It's dated 2023. What it does, it's called Request for Information and Questions on Notice Surface Water. It sets out some 20-odd requests that we understand that Dr. Treadwell has been asked to respond to from the committee. We have also separated out 7 remaining questions, which we as the proponent regard as proper matters for the proponent to answer. Now, if you want to say, well, no, we want Dr. Treadwell's input on those specific issues, please tell us that. But essentially what we'd like you to do is let us know if we've missed it. We're obviously not proposing to recall Dr. Treadwell at this stage. But if we have misunderstood a question or missed out a question that has already been put to him to be answered in the fullness of time, then it's appropriate that that be clarified and addressed. So I'm not asking for an answer now, obviously.
No, we'll have a look at that overnight.
Yes.
Okay,
That's it.
thank you.
Can I ask another question from Mr. Waters? Given that you're
Yes,
going to
yes,
answer some
he loves
equal
answering
type
questions.
questions. I've noticed in Dr. Treadwell's report and other documents, it seems as if the Victorian View and the Mallee CMA, they give very mixed messages about the water availability. In one of the documents, and I'm searching for where, and I will put it in a written question, they say they assured there will be enough water for the projects.
I think
That's from Miss
Deeja is
Ashworth.
going to answer that question
Yeah.
for us.
But then in other parts of the documentation, it says that climate change will mean there'll be less water available. So it's very unclear just how often they'll be used for pumping or capturing water, because there's no commitment to achieving regular environment. So it's just very mixed messages. So I feel like the basis for what we're trying to judge if this is going to be a sound ecological project, building, construction, it's hard to answer because the message is about what water is available, when it will be there, and when it is. It's different in the documentation.
I think what I would say to that, the outset is obviously, and I don't disagree with this, climate change is going to happen anyway.
Well,
And water across the board is going to reduce.
yes,
There becomes a question of how, in an environment in which flows are reduced, do you ensure that adequate water is made available for the environment at all times?
Mm.
That, I'm proud to say, is a matter for detail.
that's right. So maybe it means that
And the environmental water holder and other participants in the framework, but it is not ultimately a matter for this project. Now, if you were to be assured that there would be no water available, that might be different, but we are told there will be water made available for these projects.
yes, but we don't know what frequent. We know it'll be made available. We don't know.
I don't think anyone knows that at this stage.
No.
But certainly not the proponent, but I don't think Deepa could cast a figure on that. There's so many moving parts in that bigger
That's true.
picture around constraints and everything else. So
One of the moving parts, though, is that there is further water recovery as the federal government's plan. And so there could be enough water available if we knew if there was enough water available now, but the answers aren't clear.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just a
Yeah,
a
please.
technical question. With these documents that are getting loaded each day, are they in response to your questions, or there just seems to be more and more
almost,
pictures and,
so it depends which one you're talking about specifically, but almost all the ones that are coming up.
well,
are
the
in
technical
response
notes,
to-
they seem to keep adding. We're up to
Technical
4
notes are
now.
intended to respond to matters to be addressed.
So for example, I'll mention one earlier, which is a picture of the drop structure at Hatter that came out of one of your questions, I believe.
Oh, it'd be
Or
nice to be
case.
told that there's something answering my question there, because I'm,
Sorry, I did mention that earlier this afternoon. You might not have been here.
okay,
Similarly, I think the one addressing the percentage of wetlands.
Was my question. So
That was a good question.
that was my question. So yeah, yes, they're not, if they randomly table something, then Mr. Waters knows, I'll ask him about it.
okay, yeah, no worries, thank you.
All right, I'm going to call a halt for the evening. Just to reflecting on tomorrow, starting again at 10 o'clock. We do have 2 experts tomorrow in terrestrial ecology and flora and fauna. So I would ask again, I don't doubt there's going to be lots of questions. So if we could keep the evidence chief sharp, as directed previously, and we'll see where we go with that tomorrow. I'm not planning to roll that over into Thursday. Thursday is already going to be quite a significant day. So again, expect a long day tomorrow, possibly on Thursday as well. So without further ado, are there any other matters that need to be raised tonight before we close? No, thank you.
I'll just say that I won't be here tomorrow. Thank you very much for
Okay,
having me, and I will be back on Thursday.
thank you. And just probably for interest more than anything, it's not absolutely confirmed, but we are planning on Thursday morning to have Mr. Ham sit in as well. So which we think would be useful for everyone. Okay.
Just a technical question as well. It said, who do we send in?
To Amy, VMFRP.IAC. This is questions and things.
For a submission from a traditional owner that maybe should just go directly to the committee, is that the email address?
Oh, sorry, let's go back a step. What sort of material are you talking about?
A submission from a traditional owner that I'm not sure whether it should just go directly to the committee. Or
Is it to be shared or is it confidential or
maybe confidential?
what, well, can I ask who it's from? Send it to the committee,
Yeah.
send it to the
I can
VMFRP
check to figure out.
address in the first instance.
Yeah.
Depending on what it is, I'll review it and we'll work out where we go from there.
Yeah.
Whether it's something that needs to be shared with the proponent at least, just depends what it is.
Sure.
Okay, we will, oh, sorry, just also in terms of Thursday, your person coming in to talk about project benefits. I'm not going, we will start the traditional owner session first up on Thursday morning. So that person, if you're teaming them up to be online or come here or whatever, it will be after that traditional owner session.
Yes, well, she has constraints, family constraints, that limit her ability to prepare. We would ideally want a time after lunch, we would have the traditional session necessarily. I mean, once it goes up to lunch, there's not much of the day left. Got a number of other issues to deal with on that day already.
We do. I'm thinking the traditional owner session will be in the order of up to a couple of hours. There's no science behind that. That's a straight guess. So I would have thought sort of if she's available from 12-ish, perhaps.
Well, what we would be proposing is 2-ish onwards would be a good time.
Well, if you make it 2-ish, we can go to some of the other issues before lunch.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever.
No, I don't. She just needs a defined window to do a thing, if at all possible, so that she can set up her life. Okay.
Is
So
it the
we'll make it
exact
around
thing she
2
did
o'clock.
in the
I understand.
EES?
I mean, it's obviously not the exact thing, but it's fundamentally the same.
I have to be away on Thursday between 12:15 and.
We're juggling lots of
I know,
things.
I just have some, traditional owner wanted me to be here with her.
Yeah.
And not to not feel supported. So
So
could it possibly be that 12:30 would be good, or 1 o'clock? would be a
Then
good
it
time
sounds
to
like
you?
it probably would be interposed with traditional.
Oh, yeah.
So traditional owners, I'm planning sort of 10 to 12.
Okay,
That's the.
all right, that's the window. That's a good window for me then.
Does she need to speak to her material? Can it be tabled and you take it through it? If it's not expert evidence. Just
Why don't
hold
we
it.
discuss that overnight? But I suspect our feeling is that she is obviously,
Yeah, she will obviously understand. it.
and especially on top of that, that he is.
What's her name?
It's Hillary Chapman.
Not Marshall.
No.
Okay, thank you. We'll start again at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning with terrestrial ecology fluoride for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And can I just say thank you so much for coming to Swan.
Comment to one of my compatriots the other night that this, I've been doing hearings online as others in the room have for the last 3 years, and it is so much better to be in this sort of environment. I know we still have people online, and welcome and thank you for coming, but it's so much better being in the room.
Thank you.